am fulfilling my role by standing here and looking pretty, so just give me a minute. Thank you, Adam. All right. Sorry for that delay. Good morning, everyone. To your attendance and to the thousands and millions of people on WebEx. So it's an exciting day for us. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Jim Bush, and I am the new director of the Industry Analysis Division here at the Public Service Commission. Taken over for Natel Dietrich, who we never had these type of issues. She has turned the page on this chapter of her life, and she is now enjoying the sweet, sweet reward of retirement. Today, we have a packed agenda to discuss FERC Orders 2022 and 2220. We'll be hearing from individuals and representatives from NRRI and RAP, as well as from MISO and SPP. We'll hear perspectives from various aggregators, utilities from other states who have experience in transitioning from DR aggregation to. Before we get started, I do need to go over a few housekeeping items. This event is being recorded. Continued attendance in the shop, either or via WebEx, will be treated as your consent to be recorded. Cognizant that as you speak. The recordings will be uploaded into the Commission's open docket, EW-2021-0267. All presentations that you see today will also be uploaded to docket EW-267. Have commissioners, advisors, and advisory staff ballroom today with us and also online. So please refrain from discussing any topics or issues that are currently involved in active cases. We do have individuals monitoring the chat function for those participants who are participating over WebEx. So if you do have a question and you type it into the chat, be able to read those and have those questions answered at the Also, if you are using WebEx and you have a question, there is a raise hand function. So please raise your hand. We also have individuals monitoring that function, calling you to answer questions. WebEx viewers should be muted, except for those individuals who are actively presenting part of a panel. Any attorneys in attendance, this session has been approved for over 6 hours of Missouri continuing legal education credits. As I look out at some of my attorney friends, they need all the continuing education. If you are in the room, please sign the CLE attendance sheet at the back of the room if you haven't already. If you are attending via webinar, please email your name and Missouri bar number with Mo PSC FERC 22 Informational Workshop CLE, the subject line to Tawny Brown. Put that in the chat function. Also want to remind everyone that this workshop is being conducted in person, obviously, and virtually. This is one of the first times we've done that, so please forgive us if we have any hiccups, which is, we know how technology works. So if there are no initial questions or comments, and Sylvie for him to give us some opening remarks.
Thank you. I just wanted to take the opportunity to welcome everybody today, both in person and online. It's great to have in-person meetings again, especially of this size. So thank you for that, for attending and helping out. Hey, FERC Order 2222 is probably the most important order to come out on aggregation and so these are important issues. They're complicated. And your participation today is very much appreciated to help us as we move forward in this space in understanding how we're going to handle this order, 2222 or 2x4, if we can get that trending. I don't know. It's easier to say. But anyway, I just want to thank everybody. I also would like to point out our newest commissioner, Glenn Kolkmeyer, is here physically today. So if you haven't had an opportunity to meet Commissioner Kolkmeyer, maybe during one of the breaks, go and say hi and to know him as well. So thank you all very much for attending today. I look forward to it, and I'll turn it over to Whitney to get started. Okay? Give it back to Jim. Jim will give it to Whitney, and then we'll go from there.
Well, as Chairman Sylvie said, Whitney Payne, Senior Counsel for the Missouri Public Service Commission, will get us started and give us a background of DER Missouri.
So I'm just here for a few minutes to kick this off and give you a little bit of a recap of kind of what's led up to this docket. So in January of 2010, the commission opened docket EW-2021-0187. And in that, they wanted to investigate how best to achieve their responsibilities under the recently enacted statute. The Advanced Energy Management Alliance kind of summed up the goal of the program as to develop a model that maximizes reliable, cost-effective customer participation through ARC and utility collaborations. The order that created the docket said that the commission also wanted to consider the background of the FERC policies that were eliminating barriers to demand response and that were directing MISO and SPP to accommodate the state policy regarding retail customer demand-side activity. The commission also wanted to explore the best model to meet the MIA requirements through state demand-side programs, wholesale market opportunities in MISO and SPP, the potential for a hybrid approach, and implications for its resource planning. They further investigated the roles for utilities, ARCs, all customer classes, and other stakeholders in meeting Missouri's policies and interacting with the RTOs. They also wanted to look to explore if any existing Missouri law or provision would prohibit or restrict electric customers from participating in demand response bidding through the ARCs. They considered other specific provisions surrounding ARCs, like the effect on the utilities, the retail customers, rate design, revenue collecting, long-term forecasting, and budgeting. They considered how best to determine demand rates and demand sales. They looked at the effect on the existing demand response programs. And they asked how are efforts to encourage demand response and electric and energy efficiency programs affected by ARCs bidding directly into the energy market. They looked on how best to navigate the FERC policies, and they issued an order to go ahead and temporarily prohibit the aggregation of retail customers in that docket. They said that this would best allow them to evaluate the course of that docket. So FERC issued its orders 719 and 719A in October of 2008, and then 719A was issued in July of 2009. So in the course of the commission's docket, it went ahead and decided to take the opt-out provision that was created in 719A, and we'll hear a little bit more about that in a minute. So up to this point, Commission has sort of been just taking advantage of that opt-out provision. In another docket, EW-2017-0077, the Commission held a workshop to go ahead and look at emerging issues in utility regulation, and they evaluated the current status of DER in Missouri. We also explored in that docket what changes might be necessary to accommodate. Gathered information and filed a report. The staff gathered all of the information and filed a report on April 5th, 2018. In that report, staff recommended that areas in residential and non-residential rate design should include in future general rate cases, in residential and non-residential rate designs to include in future general rate cases for utilities. So sorry. Looked at utility-wide areas in fuel distribution, transmission, investment, and operations, and the cost distribution to best incorporate new systems to encourage DER integration. We also looked at 3 phases to better incorporate the more extreme elements, attempt to further encourage DER integration. Now the Commission has opened this current docket response to FERC's Order 2222, which will be discussed in our next presentation. Our Commission has ordered each Missouri investor-owned utility to respond to the order with suggestions on how best to address the implementation of this new order. Staff, again, gathered the comments of the interested stakeholders in this docket and assembled the staff report filed on April 30th this year. The commission has now organized this workshop to dig deeper into specific areas of concern that we hope to explore today. And at the end of our presentations today, we're going to go ahead and discuss the outlook for where we see this docket going. So our first presentation today is going to give us an overview of 2222 and 2222A. We are also going to hear Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, and the Southwest Power Pool actions that they have been taking in response to the new FERC orders. We will have a group of panelists to discuss aggregation and demand response, and we will have another group of panelists to discuss the transition from DR aggregation to DER aggregation. And then we're going to have a presentation and an open discussion regarding Missouri's jurisdiction in light of FERC Order 2222 and 2222A. And then finally, we're going to have a presentation on the lessons that can be learned from other states' regulators. And finally, we'll discuss the next steps following this workshop on what to do from here. So with that, I am going to go ahead to our overview of 2222 and 222A. And I think Jim is going to go ahead.
No, just we found out some information that people have it's a little choppy on the WebEx. So if you are trying to view on WebEx, choppy and you're having a hard time, please go to our website, www.psc.mo.gov, and it is being live streamed, so you could also listen to the live stream. So in case anybody out there who's on the WebEx, please go to our website, to an agenda or something like that. As Whitney said, she is going to moderate a panel on the overview of FERC Orders 2222 and 22.
So I would like to invite from NR. He is a principal researcher at the National Regulatory Research Institute, where he specializes in state and federal energy issues. And he will be participating through the WebEx program today. Elliot, are you on? I'm sorry, it'll be just a minute while we fix some technical difficulties. It appears that our speaker is having some connection issues, so it'll be just a minute.
Hey there, just testing one more time here. If not, I'll call in via phone.
That'll be fine, thanks.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. I'll go ahead and continue then. Is the presentation? Okay, there it is. Great. Okay, so hopefully y'all can hear me okay. And I really appreciate the opportunity to help kick things off today. First, just a little bit about NRI. We work closely with NARUC and the commissions. We provide independent training and objective research. So if you'd like to take a look at nri.org for additional information. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to start by providing some general background on sort of how we got where we are today with Order 2222. And this will be relatively high-level overview, as I imagine the other presenters will dig a little bit deeper into some specific issues. I'll also discuss, along with some related notices and developments out of FERC, that will ultimately sort of target and impact market design to generally promote participation by aggregations of distributed energy resources and demand response, which kind of falls under that umbrella. And then I'll sort of finish with some potential sort of regulatory implications on the Missouri PSC. So if we can go to the next slide here. And one more. Okay, great. So, just some background. I imagine many of you are familiar with what constitutes a distributed energy resource, but FERC sort of seems to take a pretty broad approach on how they define it, and they consider it anything, any kind of small scale power generation or storage technology, and that can be as low as 1 kilowatt all the way up to 10 megawatts. And so, as long as the DER is able to serve as an alternative or an enhancement to the traditional electric system, then it qualifies. And I think that gets a little bit subjective, but ultimately it's going to include electric storage, intermittent generation, distributed generation, demand response, energy efficiency, thermal storage, and electric vehicles along with their charging equipment. So, again, the umbrella is pretty big here. As long as the resources can be connected to a utility's distribution system or their subsystem, or even behind the customer meter, then they qualify. But again, I think the performance of DERs is going to need to be sort of carefully considered and sort of looked at as we get more DERs on the system, sort of defining them as those that can serve as an alternative to traditional resources. That's going to be an important consideration. So if we can move to the next slide here. Just taking a look at some trends, it's easy to recognize why FERC took action to address DERs. The Solar Energy Industries Association data shows the sort of massive growth in residential solar during the last decade. Similarly, on the next slide, you can see the same kind of trends here. This is just annual growth. If we go to the next slide, you can see annual growth in commercial and commercial solar installations. And then next slide as well, we'll take a look at net DER capacity change. And this is a recent Wood Mackenzie report, and that indicates that over 15 gigawatts were added just in 2019 alone. And if this current trajectory continues, we're going to hit 387 gigawatts of total capacity by 2025. So while a lot of these resources are on the residential side, you have rooftop PV and load management programs. You also have a lot of electric vehicle infrastructure that's expected to make a pretty significant impact in the coming decade. So we can move to the next slide. And one more. Jump into some of the recent orders from FERC. And of course, 2222 was last September. And what does that do? Basically, the final rule enables DERs to participate in organized wholesale capacity, energy, and ancillary services markets. So FERC, I think, really believes this action is going to reduce costs for consumers. It'll enhance competition and incentivize innovation in the industry. And just introducing some clarity around how aggregated DERs will do this is critical, because it basically, the idea is that you have multiple DERs that don't necessarily satisfy the minimum size and performance requirements individually, but FERC sort of saw this as a barrier to market participation. So if they determine a way to sort of aggregate, they can more easily participate. FERC also suggests that really including these resources in the market will give system operators a little more system flexibility and perhaps even make the grid more resilient. So I mentioned earlier that demand response was included under that umbrella, specifically DRs participating in a heterogeneous aggregations, but I'll sort of dig into some recent developments on that issue a little bit later. But we can move to the next slide. Okay, so with Order 2222, FERC has essentially required each organized market to review their tariff structure and language to ensure it meets certain requirements. So, depending on the ISO RTO, some tariffs are going to really need to be revised significantly in order to comply with the specific requirements established in the order. But even in cases where the ISO RTO is already in compliance, they're going to have to demonstrate how their current tariff provisions satisfy the intent and objectives of the order. So first and foremost, each market must create a separate participant category for aggregated DERs. So these DER aggregations must be able to register under a participation model that accommodates their physical and operational characteristics, and that includes a minimum size requirement. Tariff must also establish locational requirements, distribution factors, and market bidding parameters. So all this will require a tremendous amount of data, including metering and telemetry requirements, so that the system operators and other participants in the market can sort of have visibility to the impact of these resources. The ISO RTOs are also going to be responsible for coordinating with distributed utilities, as well as the relevant electric retail regulatory authorities. And that, of course, includes state commissions and cooperatives and in some cases, municipalities. So this will be really important, particularly for multi-state RTOs like PJM, MISO, and SPP. We can move to the next slide. So, obviously, as I said, the order is going to hit different ISO RTOs differently. And you look at California and New York, and they've basically expressed that they believe they're largely in compliance already. CAISO has always kind of been leading the way when you consider their huge amount of growth in DERs during the past 20 years, especially on the residential rooftop PV side. But they will still be conducting a gap analysis just to make sure they were or they are in full compliance. As for ERCOT, they're not subject to FERC jurisdiction, so that's not even listed on here, but it's worth noting they also have quite a bit of distributed PV coming online. ISO New England, again, they've had plenty of DER penetration, but they recognize more work is needed, so they've introduced a key project to engage stakeholders and state officials in the Northeast to ensure that they do meet all the requirements. As for MISO, they recognize that they're going to need to make some pretty significant modifications, and they've enlisted their Distributed Energy Resources Task Force to lead that effort. And the task force has already developed and submitted initial comments, and they've also started sort of an informational filing containing a detailed stakeholder process schedule. And they've also basically identified some data requirements, and they're going to be tracking some of these changes that are going to be needed for compliance. I'll stop there on MISO as I believe we have a presenter later that'll dig into MISO a little bit more. But moving on to PJM, their Distributed Energy Resources and Inverter-Based Resources Subcommittee is sort of taking the lead on taking a look at DER design and how it's going to need to change in their market for compliance. And again, as with the other markets, it just involves a tremendous amount of data collection with their stakeholders. And then finally, SPP has established a task force that is going to be responsible for identifying the needed changes governing their documents for compliance. And they've listed action items. I think there's like 15 of them that they're going to need to do to work towards compliance, including data collection and survey efforts. And I believe Mr. DeSalle is going to go into more detail on that a little bit later. But I think what we're seeing here across the board is that many ISO RTOs are going to continue to ask for additional clarification on the order. And I think you're going to see that in forthcoming comments. I mean, FERC kind of made this order pretty broad, and perhaps they did that intentionally. I think they're deferring to individual ISO RTOs to figure out sort of the details on implementation. So one example of the uncertainty is the locational requirements of the different distributed energy resources and whether or not they're going to be confined, say, to a single node on the system, You also have double counting, which has been a concern, and sort of energy transactions that would occur in the wholesale markets and the retail energy side is certainly an issue that needs to be resolved. And in Order 2222, FERC has also kind of allowed RTOs to sort of more narrowly define the constraints on DER aggregation to reduce the chance of double counting. So one other thing to consider is that these resources are kind of scattered throughout the system, and they're being added every day. There's new technologies that are being introduced, and so it's just going to be interesting to see what market tools and sort of market design considerations are developed to capture all these changing complexities. So one other thing to note here is that I think 3 of the RTOs requested an extension to submit their filing, and FERC accepted that. So I think the filings for the PJM are due in February 1st of 2022, and then April 18th of 2022 for MISO, and then the 28th of April for SPP. We can go ahead and jump to the next slide. So yeah, Order 2222, that's all about distributed energy resources participating in organized markets. And then the 2222A was introduced a little later in March of this year. Currently, aggregations of DERs include some demand response resources, and those can still participate in the RTO markets. And even in states where they're implementing the Order 719 opt-out, so long as the aggregation contains at least one other type of DER eligible to participate. So Order 2222A sort of potentially reverses the DR opt-out provision, so that the relevant electricity retail regulatory authority would basically not be able to reject offers from DR aggregators, even in states where the practice is currently not allowed. So this means state and local regulators would no longer be able to block these aggregations in the wholesale market, simply because they include DR. However, they would retain the right to limit DR aggregation participating in the retail markets only. So, of course, there's been some recent developments that I'm going to get into a little later here, but that was 2222A in a nutshell. Go to the next slide. So yeah, 2222B. Earlier this month, this order essentially reversed or at least stalled the 2222A by setting it aside for now and basically allowing the continued opt-out requirements as outlined in Order 719 for DR participating as a heterogeneous DR aggregator. So for states that use the DR opt-out, the Commission will likely decide on the notice of inquiry proceeding docket RM 2114. So FERC ultimately decided to justify this reversal of the 2222A due to lack of notice for impacted states and entities that were sort of not really expecting the potential removal of Order 719. So I think FERC really wanted to ensure that responses from all impacted parties were considered. And FERC's really view of its role in DR seems to rest heavily on the concept of negative wholesale generation being sort of a product, which it does have jurisdiction under the Federal Power Act. And then as for negative generation, you can categorize that more as load. So for now, DR resources that are part of a heterogeneous aggregation, again, will be allowed to opt out. And then a related FERC notice at the same time as 2222B also extended the comment deadline on the notice of inquiry from June 23rd to July 23rd. And so it looks like they'll address this issue in a more comprehensive proceeding that sort of will allow all the other parties that are impacted to present their views to the Commission. We can go to the next slide, please. Just to look back on what prompted Order 2222A, we need to, again, look at 719 and 719A. And, I think it was 13 years since these orders came out for the demand response opt-out. And I think FERC just thought initially there was quite a lot of change in light of legal policy and technology developments over the past 13 or so years. So that's why they brought this up for reconsideration. But again, as I mentioned, they've decided to sort of hold off on this for now and revisit it at a later time. We can go now to the next slide. Okay, so you can look at arguments in different directions regarding the demand response opt-out, and sort of the justification for disallowing it is that there's significant changes that have occurred in the past decade. Additionally, allowing the ARC to act as an intermediary for many smaller retail loads it can actually lead to more competition. And then existing ISO RTOs, they have programs that have basically improved the responsiveness of DR. The concerns that we've seen, and at least in some of those, they're concerned about the performance, particularly during periods of system strain for DR. DR aggregation programs are also, it's not clear or obvious to some that they're providing cost-effective reliability benefits. And then there's some concerns that the DR opt-out, really DR could lead to disrupt the sort of established statutory and regulatory regimes of the 18 or so states that are currently using the opt-out provision. So we can move to the next slide. Now we can get into potential regulatory implications that directly impact Missouri. So, you look at these maps here and you can see there's IOUs that are participating in the state in both the SPP and MISO markets. And then you also have non-market areas primarily served by cooperatives and municipals. So this is kind of important when you think about this order, because it's kind of varies depending on the utility and the market. If we go to the next slide, I'm just going to sort of summarize here. Order 2222A, it kind of seems to demonstrate that FERC does have, they want to use that authority over DERs participating in wholesale markets. But again, that the states, really the relevant electric retail regulatory authorities, should maintain the authority over coordinating aggregated DER participation within organized markets. So as a state that is currently utilizing the DR opt-out under Order 719, the Missouri PSC may wish to examine the potential impacts to the state's statutory and regulatory regimes if that provision was ultimately removed. The Missouri PSC does have the option to provide comments to FERC and their notice of inquiry and provide details on how the opt-out provision is currently used, as well as the potential impacts if the provision was removed. And so ultimately, these developments will require some level of coordination between the Commission and MISO and SPP, along with the impacted distribution companies and DER aggregations. The distribution system, I think, it's important to note it's far more dynamic than the bulk electric system, and there's a lot of moving pieces. So it's important to understand the interplay and the overall impacts of aggregated DERs on all sides of the system. Get to the next slide here. So just again, looking at what's going on at the two RTOs in Missouri, you have MISO, which is already coordinating with impacted parties. They're promoting transparency and communication. And I think their idea here is to ensure that their system operator has sort of visibility and can understand the potential reliability impacts after aggregated DERs are participating in the market. Similarly, SPP is coordinating with their 14 states, and they really want to understand the data collection needs and the aggregation parameters, and then the utility and transmission customer outreach plans are going to help with that. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that's where I'll leave it, and I appreciate again the opportunity and look forward to any questions.
Are there questions? And if there's anybody on the WebEx that would like to ask a question, please go ahead and use the chat feature and send it either to Jay Lubert or Kim Burton in the chat. So I'll go ahead and, do we have any questions here in the room? Oh, and I'm sorry, we have a microphone here in the center for anyone that wants to ask a question here so that they can hear it on the WebEx as well. Well, I'll go ahead and ask, Elliot touched a little bit on it. I would be curious to hear what everyone thinks FERC has sort of asserted legal jurisdiction over versus what they feel like has been left to the state's legal authority. So if anyone has any comments on that, that would be great. Excited crowd. There is coffee in the back in case anyone here. And donuts. Do we have anything in the chat? Okay, well, then I think we'll go ahead and take a break then, and we'll come back at 9:50 with our next presentation, the MISO and SPP status update that Jim will introduce. So what? Yeah. I'm so sorry. We do have a question in the chat that we're going to share in just a minute.
At this point, does any jurisdiction provide a good model for compliance with 2222?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
They were curious. What the question in the chat is are any other states showing a good model of compliance with 2222?
Yeah, I think the two obvious ones that come to mind are New York and California, just because again they seem to be claiming that they're already well in compliance with 2222, and so I think California actually had some tariff modifications in October of last year. CAISO did, and those kinds of changes with their tariff kind of put them pretty much in compliance. And so again, I think they're conducting that gap analysis. I think that would be something maybe to look at, and just as a model, sort of a model state that has a pretty good handle on how to incorporate DR into the market, or DERs rather into the market. And then New England comes to mind. I mean, their market's pretty complex. Of course they allow energy efficiency to bid into their market, and that's something worth looking at. But again, California and New York are the top, I think, two states that have been able to demonstrate they're already in compliance. So those are probably two good models to consider.
I wanted to add a question into the question. Are there any vertically integrated states that have any good proposals started or that are working on anything right now?
I am not specifically aware of that. Perhaps someone else can jump in, but I can say, there are I think 18 states, as I mentioned, that are not, or that are currently using the DR opt-out. And so I think those states they're probably less, I should say, less sort of prepared for that, and many of them are not in organized market territory anyway, or rather organized markets aren't operating in those states. And so, I can't tackle that one in much more detail, though.
We have any other questions? Okay, then I think we are going to go ahead and take a break until 9:50. We'll come back with our next presentation. And I thank everyone for your participation and questions.
Heading back to our seats, please. All right, thank you. Before we move on to the next panel, we are aware that who are speaking here that it is a little bit harder to hear on the WebEx for those who are on the mics. We are working through that problem, so we do apologize. So for me and anybody else who's speaking, if you make sure the mics are a little bit closer to you, so it gives a little bit opportunity, maybe project a little more. Furthermore, if you're going to have a chat, please send your question to either Kim Burton or Jay Lubert. Not send it to our host. She's busy with other things and cannot get those questions quickly enough. So please do a private chat to either Kim Burton or Jay Lubert if you're using WebEx and have a question. And if you are in the room, and I'm assuming that we're going to start having questions going forward, there is a microphone here in the room, so please make sure you use the microphone because it's hard enough to hear with the microphones. It would be impossible without the microphone. So without further ado, our next topic, we are going to a MISO and an SPP status update. I will turn it over to Adam McKinney, who is a chief economist. Service Commission.
I think this is the first time in my life I've ever been told to speak louder, but we're going to give this a shot. So I'd ask everybody on the WebEx to give a thumbs up that they can hear me, but I can't see them. So who am I and why am I here? My name's Adam McKinney. I'm a Chief Regulatory Economist here at the Missouri Commission. Along with Walt Cecil, I work on a slew of RTO issues and other federal energy things. If it involves RTO acronyms, Walt and I are probably on it. Why am I here? Because we are going to talk about, as Elliot said, in response to Order 2222, RTOs will have to change their federally filed tariff to comply with the orders 2222, 2222A, and 2222B. Forgive me if I slip and accidentally call it Order 2x4 because that's been one of the jokes that's been made about what Order 2222 is called. There's a lot of ongoing processes, a lot of meetings, a lot of issues that are very important to the state of Missouri. So here to present are Tim Kaster and Michael DeSell. The backstage coin toss was won by Tim, so he's going to get to go first. Let's go through his biography. Tim Kaster. Tim has served as Deputy General Counsel Regulatory for the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator since April 2015. As Deputy General Counsel, Tim is responsible for supporting MISO's lawyers and internal business partners in market and grid strategy, system planning, system operations, market operations, membership services, and external affairs. In addition, he serves as the DER program lead. He holds a Juris Doctorate from the Chicago-Kent College of Law and holds a BA from Alma College located in Alma, Michigan. So without further ado, I'm going to kick it over to Tim. All right, let's go.
All right, thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. Let's try that. Is that better? All right. Try that again. Good morning. So appreciate the invitation, the opportunity to be here today. Thank you to the commission and others for hosting us and participate and provide a little bit of an overview of MISO's 2222 compliance plan efforts and the DER task force. But I do have to say, as a side note, that coming into the room with the lacquered hardwood floors feels at home to someone from Indiana. So just waiting for a basketball game to break out today. But no, I appreciate the hospitality, and I'll give you a quick overview and status update here, but certainly want to talk through some questions that the folks in the room might have. So without further ado, I've got 48 slides in 10 minutes, so that means about 12 seconds per slide. So hold on tight. No, in all fairness, we do have a lot of information that's available out on the ISO website. We've been executing the DER task force for a number of months now. So we've got a lot of resources that are available to you out there. Actually presented in the beginning of June a comprehensive filing framework. So we had worked through a couple of key questions and issues through the early months and built some momentum, but we got to the point where we needed to put out in front of all the stakeholders the comprehensive picture. And so that was presented on June 7th, and we invite you to take a look at that. There are some questions that have been going through our evaluation and framing and conceptual design process. Certainly have a couple of straw dog proposals and alternatives that we're considering. But I say that in the context of we don't have all the answers yet, and by our stakeholders, by our members, and so we want to make sure that we incorporate that input. The DER task force is stakeholder driven, stakeholder led, so we help to coordinate with them and help facilitate the discussion around key issues to build a comprehensive compliance plan that we submitted for. But a couple of key theme points I do want to highlight before we hop into some of the slides are that it's going to take a coordinated effort with you, commission, and stakeholders here. There are a couple of new roles, if you will, functions that are required under 2222. So we want to make sure that we take in that input, and we'll get to one of those slides here. But at the end of the day, it takes a coordinated effort. Number two, one of our chartering functions is to operate the grid reliably. So we want to make sure that we keep that in the forefront, in the center of all of our activities when it comes to this compliance plan. So we see visibility, and I know Mr. Nethercutt also addressed some of the reliability issues that are part of this order. A bit closer. Get really up close with the microphone here. But visibility into all of the DER activities is key, and it helps to serve and provide insight into all of the resources that are going to participate. That is key for maintaining grid reliability. So those are a couple of the theme points, and so just ask you to keep those in mind as we walk through. So if we can go to slide 8, and for those of you in the room and grabbed the handouts, it's the slide that has the many siloed colors, and we have found this slide quite useful. In fact, we were invited to ensure to include this as part of the deck. And this just summarizes, it's not comprehensive, but it summarizes many of the key new roles and functions of each of the entities that are part of the process when it comes to complying with 2222. And so you've got a couple of the silos there in terms of the functions, but I'll highlight a couple. When it comes to RERAs, or as Mr. Nethercutt defined there in his presentation, the relevant electric retail regulatory authority, which includes the state commissions as well as co-ops and munis who are non-jurisdictional. They have the oversight of the interconnection process at the distribution level and also the wholesale market eligibility into the wholesale market participation in that regard. MISO, we enable the participation, we help coordinate. This is a new expanded function, if you will, in terms of helping to facilitate this participation. We were receiving a lot of questions internally of why do we need to ramp up these efforts? Because there are new avenues of participation. The slide helps to summarize that. EDCs, or the electric distribution companies, another new type of role when it comes to participation in the wholesale markets. They help to evaluate the impact on the distribution system. And we can dive into a lot of particulars there, but simply put, there are impacts to the distribution system of the aggregators and the resources that they are aggregating. But that's not part of, and it is separate from, our internet connection queue at the transmission level. Now, albeit there are a couple of possibilities where you could have some affected system impacts, and I don't know that we need to get into that detail here, but this is a new function for the distribution companies to oversee the impacts to the distribution system. So that's one summary point there. And then the DER aggregators, they also register with the RTO. They provide information to the RTOs. And so again, a lot of information there. It's summarized, doesn't provide the universe, but just gives you a snapshot. Slide 11. Real quick, you should be seeing guiding principles. And so just to highlight some of the theme points and elements that guide our approach to developing the compliance plan for 2222. Another slide I'll highlight, slide 12. This highlights the evaluation framework that we use. Again, I'm not going to talk through details, but we go through this when we're developing new market products, and this serves as the framework for that. 16 and 17. Getting into interconnection, as I touched on before, you start to see some conceptual flows of how and decision trees that could help inform how distribution companies view the interconnection process at the distribution level. Again, this is conceptual, it's not final, but we're starting to throw out ideas and suggestions to help inform EDCs and what they're doing to help guide that process. Again, we are the coordinator. We want to make sure that folks are informed how that process occurs. And so we are working through a couple of these issues in our stakeholder process, including the Interconnection Process Working Group, or the IPWG, and we would invite folks to participate in that process if you are so inclined and interested. Slide 19. I know folks wanted to talk through some of the key definitions. I know Mr. Nethercutt covered a couple of these, but there's one there in terms of injecting DR, which is another piece that's informative for considering the double counting question, which I think we'll get to in some of the discussion later on, but that is one of the key issues that is out there in regard to clients. Slide 20, those are some of the other key questions. There are a couple of those that have been completed through previous iterations at the DER task force and at the market subcommittee, but there are other questions that are under discussion or will be discussed later on, including, and I'll highlight, the July RASC, or the Resource Adequacy Subcommittee. So we have a number of stakeholder entities that are dealing with sub-issues, if you will, or ancillary issues, and RASC will be presenting the questions about how you may accredit the aggregators and the resources. Is it technology-based? Is it performance-based? Don't have the answer today, but those are some of the key questions that folks will be considering and discussing in the July RASC. Again, resource adequacy is a part of this compliance plan as well. If I can, without losing too much time here, let's jump to 31. On the telemetry and data requirements, and Mr. Nethercutt covered a couple of these requirements. Go to 34. There's a set of key questions that we are raising in the context of telemetry, metering, and data. And it says under discussion today, but that's the slide that we discussed in early June. And so those were sent out, and we requested feedback from stakeholders on this master deck, on the slide presentation. And we were getting that feedback in, which was due yesterday. But certainly for the commission and others, if you have feedback for us, let us know. And I know, and I'll highlight here, July 28th, there is a workshop that we are hosting that's solely devoted to the RERA function. So the mission or the PUC function and some of those key questions, we're going to be discussing those on July 28th. And through OMS and otherwise, they are developing a list of issues and items that they're going to present to us. But if the commission were to have any perspectives they would like to offer, we'd encourage folks to raise those and bring those to us at the July 28th workshop. So again, July 28th, and you can find more information about that on the MISO website. Let me also then jump down to, again, invite folks to look through this. Going into the coordination between parties or among parties, slide 42 in that section just lists a couple of the, again, key areas that we need to help facilitate among parties to help comply. And then talking about next steps, there's a summary there regarding the July 28th workshop. Then slide 47, there's a summary of upcoming meetings. So again, a couple of key theme points, a lot of coordination, a lot of activities. As Mr. Nethercutt highlighted, our compliance plan is due in April of next year. Fortunately, we did receive a FERC approval of our extension request because there is a great deal of activity that we do need to coordinate and put together. It's our anticipation that we'll go through many of the key questions and the issues to develop the proposals to build into a compliance plan by the end of this year, if not earlier, and then start to provide stakeholders the direction that we're heading so that we can finalize the efforts, reduce it to writing, and get the tariff filed in April of 2022. So that's the rough sketch of the timeline. And one thing to note there too, compliance plan in April of 2022, there's just way too many twos, is not implementation. So I want to make sure to make that clear. Compliance plan is not implementation. We still need to work through the technology on our side in terms of incorporating the ability for the aggregators and others to register and participate and work that into our market system. And we are building the participation off of current resource types. So that availability is out there, but some of those other resource types and the characteristics, for example, just the commitment, and we have to be able to go down to 100 kW. And some of the current resource types do not facilitate that. So there are a couple of changes, and that will need to occur after we've implemented some of the software changes on our. But nonetheless, we will develop the plan, develop how we propose to implement, and that will be phasing. It's anticipated to be phasing over a timeline post April 2022. So I just wanted to make sure to clarify and offer that point. So Adam, I think I will conclude my overview and happy to sit back and let Michael run from there.
Thanks, Tim. A really good presentation. Now going second, we have Michael DeSell. Michael, can you say something so we can do a quick mic check for me before I introduce you?
Yes, Adam, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Michael. Thanks very much. As
Thank
Vice
you.
President of Process Integrity and Chief Compliance and Administrative Officer, Michael DeSell is responsible for ensuring the organization's adherence to a process-driven environment, interregional initiatives, and quality and process improvement efforts. Additionally, he is responsible for assisting with the creation, internal communication, execution, and maintenance of corporate strategic initiatives, and consequently oversees a broad spectrum of organizational, regional, and national activities to ensure the consistency, internal coordination, and communication with the corporate strategic plans. Michael has over 39 years of experience in the energy industry. This page to talk about his education. He holds a bachelor's degree in operations research from Louisiana State University. And are we running the slides or is Michael running? Okay, so Michael, we will be running the slides. So just tell us when you want to go to the next slides. So without further ado,
Sure.
Michael DeSell from SPP.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate the introduction, and thank you to the Commission for hosting this workshop today. And we're happy to present. We, like Midwest, the Mid-Continent ISO, have created a task force to aim this effort. If you'll go to slide 2, the order, as Elliot and others have talked about, came out in September, and so we created a task force. If you'll go to the next slide. And the order was fairly prescriptive. It told us what we needed to do, things that we needed to allow, change, and establish and address in our tariff. It told us what else that we should consider and also what not to do. And so looking forward after that, we created a task force. There are 10 policy areas, if you'll go to the next slide. Elliot talked about these, and sort of these are the 10 areas that we decided, okay, these are the things that we need to change in our tariff, and let's look at language that would modify our tariff to address all these particular items. And if you'll move to the next slide, our task force is limited in scope and duration, and staff is providing a lot of the straw proposals. When we really got going, it wasn't until the January timeframe when we put this task force together and began meeting. And at the time, we had a July 19th deadline for filing a compliance filing that modified our tariff in these 10 different policy areas. We knew that we were going to have to be meeting a couple of times a month, and since then we filed an extension, and as Elliot talked about earlier, we got our extension till the end of April next year. The reason that's a little bit different than some of the other April extensions is because our board doesn't meet until the end of the month, and we want the board's approval of all the changes that we're seeking to file with FERC. Much like the Mid-Continent ISO, this is just an effort at this point to get the filing and the changes to our tariff to allow these distributed energy resources and these aggregators to participate in our marketplace. It's not implementation. We made this in our filing. We noted that we would not be able to implement this until at least the spring of 2024. And what we anticipate with this is that there are going to be a lot of changes to our tools and our processes and our procedures necessary to accommodate all of these new resources, and it's to address the issues not only that that we allow these participants and aggregations to happen, but also to make sure that from a reliability perspective that it all works together, and that that's a very important component. We want to keep the lights on, and this is going to be it's a challenge for us to accommodate all of these new types of resources. So we're meeting fairly frequently. The other thing I will share with you is that we have identified in our footprint roughly 550, possibly a little bit more, distributed distribution utilities that in our footprint that include municipals and cooperatives, and these are entities that we currently do not have relationships with. And so we're changing our tariff and requiring them to perform functions that we don't have a regulatory relationship with. And so we're doing a lot of outreach, or there will be a lot of outreach. We've really just begun that. We just had a meeting a week or so ago, our first inaugural meeting with these distribution utilities to talk about the kinds of things that we were doing. These include the RERAs as well. So the task force goals, if you'll go to the next slide, they're pretty transparent. It's enable this participation, develop the policy and the governing documents necessary to comply with this order, and approve any policy and relevant government documents, and adhere to this schedule for completing this by our April 2022 deadline. It's going to be a lot of broad impacts to our organization. If you go to the next slide, includes task forces that we typically work with on our market working group that does a lot of the market design work, our supply adequacy working group, our cost allocation working group, members that Adam and others and Walt and others participate in, our operating reliability working group, our regional tariff working group, and our electric storage resources steering committee are all engaged in this effort. And you'll see a slide here towards the end that talks about sort of the interaction. We put together a task force. The next slide sort of lists all of the people, and we tried to get good leadership that we have in these different impacted working groups of our Markets and Operations Policy Committee, and also sort of a mix of sectors within our organization, including regional state committee representation that you can see here. Our work plan is sort of phase 2. It's a 2-phase effort. We're at the compliance filing that we talked about, and then once we get that compliance filing and we get approval of that, then there would be a whole program effort internally to support and implement the things that FERC would approve for us. That's on the next slide. So we want to identify those gaps and additional considerations and prioritize those as either phase 1 or phase 2. And then the key issues that we will be working through the process stakeholders are doing. So if you look at the next couple of slides, the next slide sort of shows how we prioritize the work of the task force, and this has been a little bit relaxed now too since that we've gotten extension. We were meeting every other week to deal with these issues. So our first priority was to deal with these first 7 policy issues that are, talking about the participation model, allowing changes to our tariff to allow these participants, establishing minimum sizes, locational requirements. Yeah, can you hear me, Adam? Sorry.
You can pause for just 1 second. You were breaking up. Can you go back to this?
Sorry.
To slide 10. That's
Can
fine.
you hear me? Okay. So on this slide, these are the 10 policy issues, and what we did is prioritize the work from a tariff modification perspective to focus on these areas. And you can see that there are 7 policy issues that we've teed up as sort of our highest priority. And and I'll show this in a minute, we've got a sort of a status of this effort. Can you hear? I'm sorry, am I breaking up again?
If you could do us a favor,
Adam, can you hear
turn
me?
off your video for
Yeah.
us.
How about if I stop my video? Maybe I'm having. Can you hear me now, Adam?
You're not great to look at. Technical experts say,
Hey, Adam, I'm sorry.
Another shot. Go ahead and give me another test phrase there.
Adam, can you hear me? Adam, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I think it looks like y'all may be having bandwidth. But
1 second here. For my technical people are but it's 1 second. Okay. The WebEx.
Adam, let me just chat here. Well, I think I am called in.
audio. I appreciate attempts. Folks, we can land a person on the moon.
I just chatted to the presenter. So
Yeah, why don't,
I believe people are
Michael,
on.
hang on just one second. So we're going to take a pause and we're going to see if we have any questions in the room. If you have a question in the room, please, I would ask you to utilize the microphone in the middle of the room, much like they do at Comic-Con. And we'll see if we have questions in the room. Otherwise, I have a couple of questions.
Hey, Adam.
You could identify yourself and your
This is just like the commission do now during the bureaus like the commission. Do you have the commission should do that time and taking action on here at the commission as so in the
Developing a framework to implement 2222, those are under discussion today, if you will. I'd say today in a broader sense, including the workshop that's going to be at the end of July. So I would invite you to take a look at those key questions that are presented for the RERAs and the PUCs and engage on that. The thoughtful consent counting, as well as specific telemetry and metering requirements, may evolve within your or other state commission jurisdictions. And so those are two present topics that are of critical discussion, and our team wants that input and feedback. I know folks were receiving that through yesterday, but encourage the and others in the Missouri Commission to engage the real workshop and engage in the real workshop, and let's make sure that to give us that we are helping to facilitate a couple of things that was provided to the top. What we want to do to, I would review for public health and institute requirements. I would suspect there's going to be a little bit of phasing all from the details. There are some near-term and long-term solutions that might be available, and in the near term, some of the requirements may not be some of the requirements for MISO. And so we out there, we don't have the solution today. We just got a couple of alternatives for the stakeholders to consider. Again, encourage the engagement now.
Tim, but before I move on to Michael, to see if Michael has a response, we've used the term double counting a couple of times today. Can you talk about which counting a couple of times? Which were that some
issue tonight, and our team is working with double counting. I think I just introduced the Jeopardy question there. But, that is one of the key constructs, because one of the things I like to think of is you take a bundle of sticks, and at the retail level, you might get compensated for a number of resources. But if you want to unbundle that and provide a specific service to the wholesale compensation for it, you then review in a bundle at the retail level. So that's just an illustration of the with double counting. It's just one of the key issues that we're going to have to work through. But again, we need commissions and stakeholders engagement to help unwind that.
Thanks, Tim. Michael, let's go to you. What efforts do you think that state commissions and other parties can do today to, best make this as smooth as possible?
So, Adam, you're breaking up. Yeah, I can
Okay.
sort of hear you. I think your question was, what
Okay.
can the commission do to help us facilitate this?
Michael? Apparently it's okay. Minute break and see if we can get a couple of those issues resolved so everybody in the room. We're gonna take a minute break. Please enjoy yourselves. Everybody at home, enjoy yourselves as well. Back in for it. Test. Test. All right, everybody, in a couple of minutes, we're going to get started. So if you could start ambling towards your seats.
Jackie, this is Michael. Can you hear me?
Yes, Michael, we can hear you. Thank you very much for your patience. All is very important to us. Michael, are you okay on your end? Can you hear me?
You started breaking up again.
Michael, if I say you're a wonderful person, can you tell me you're a wonderful person?
Yes, I think I'm a wonderful person.
Can you tell me the name of your favorite baseball team?
Now, if you've said anything after that, I haven't heard it.
Can you tell me the number of your favorite FERC order? Maybe we should go that way. I'm a 1917. I understand that different people have different 15 guy, but I understand that different people have different opinions. Still have different opinions. 36, oh, it's reference. Being
Adam,
at a comedy roast at this point in time.
I got
don't know
bits
too
and
well
pieces of what you just said.
enough to. We heard part of that.
So Adam, let me do this. I can't hear you, so let me in the interest of time, I think folks on the phone can hear me. Sorry, Adam. I think you're asking me a question to tell you the number of something, and what happens is you're cutting out. So
Yes.
let me, in the interest of time, let me just say we group the work in sort of priority groups. We've got about half of those done. We're making progress on the others that where we have conditional, a lot of work yet to do is addressing the metering and telemetry requirements and coordinating with the 580 plus distribution utilities in our footprint. We've had an outreach effort there. And just to give you a sense, I'm getting a call from y'all that something's not working perhaps. So you asked a question earlier, Adam, and I don't know if you can hear me in the room or not, but I think you asked a question, you know, what could the commission do? And double counting is important to us. We want to make sure that double counting doesn't happen. And we'd like clarity on the rules regarding wholesale participation in the rates.
I appreciate that, Michael.
Adam, I apologize. In and out. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You might want to check out the recording to see all the excellent things.
So come back at noon. So please reconvene at 12 o'clock, and if somebody could put that in the chat function for all the people on WebEx in case they cannot hear what I'm saying, right? I'd like to know that we're going to take a break until if anybody is listening, the issue seems to be with WebEx right now. So I'll put it away in the next hour or so.
Hey Doug, what's going on? Can you hear me? Hey Doug, what's going on? Can you hear me? Hey Doug, what's going on? Can you hear me? Hey Doug, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yep. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, John.
Okay. I'm trying to angle the microphone.
Yeah. Okay.
I got that. Row your boat. Okay, can you give me a check? Can you give me an audio check? I can't hear you. I don't hear you. You guys still there? Yeah.
Yes, we're still here.
Okay, Jay, can you hear me?
Yes.
We're just testing the stream, make sure that we can capture the audio.
Sounds good in here. In the ballroom, I mean.
Okay, seems like everything's working now.
Yeah, no, you probably can't even tell if the video is stopped or not. I was gonna play a YouTube video, but we'll probably get DMCA. There are donuts down here.
Sweet, bring me some up here.
No?
No problem.
All right. That's what we do. We adapt.
Yeah. Yep.
The one that wasn't for control.
It is 12. Okay. We could get everybody to please make your way towards your seats. At ease. For everybody in the room, I just remind everybody that there are donuts and cookies in the back. There is tea, both sweet and unsweetened for everybody. And with that, so what we're going to do is we're going to continue with the MISO and SPP status update with Adam McKinney, Tim, and Michael. And so they will go till about 12:30, and then we'll move on to the next panel. So with that, I'll turn it over to Adam.
All right, it seems like this mic might be a little bit hot, so. Yeah, I know. When I toured the Callaway nuclear plant a few years ago, I was the only one of my group who walked out with more radiation than he walked in with. So there's a non-zero chance that this is just me and everything else is going to work just fine today. Winning personality, nuclear smile. Okay. I am going to tempt fate. Michael DeSalle, how are you doing today?
Good. Good to see you again, Adam. And
Hey! It's good to see you, Michael. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start at slide 10 of your presentation, which is where we think we had you last. And we're going to go through the remainder of that presentation, and then we're going to see if there's any questions in the room, and if not, I have a few questions prepared. So without further ado, Michael, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you very much for your patience and hanging with us today.
Okay, thanks. So just to kind of recap where we were, we looked at the 10 policy issues that FERC told us to modify in our tariff, and we grouped those by sort of priority ranking. We had 7 of those first policy issues, and you can see here the requirements in the order. In our first group priority, if you'll go to the next slide, we had those in our second group priority. Let me get back to where and then, so you go to the next slide. Our priority 2 items were policy 8, and the next slide shows you policies 9 and 10 as our sort of third priority of work order. Today, where we are is we have, if you'll go to the next slide, an internal folks an internal leadership team that includes our subject matter experts, business leaders, staff secretaries for the impacted working groups that I shared with you earlier. We have our project management office engagement, and we're not making any policy decisions. What we are doing is developing straw proposals from a policy perspective that our task force is essentially endorsing to move forward to modify our tariffs. So they're working to develop these schedules and milestones and dependencies and making recommendations to the task force. If you go to the next slide, I think I shared with you earlier, we have 500 some odd particular distribution utilities in our footprint. And this is just a map. Walt asked us if we had a map that kind of showed sort of our settlement locations. And you can see in our footprint, we've got quite a number of those. And each of those settlement footprints doesn't necessarily sync up with these distribution utilities that we have in our footprint. So we've got a significant distribution utility outreach effort. Again, we'll sort of our revised timeline for what we have put together, if you'll go to slide 16, is moving out to our approval in April. The expectation is when we will be meeting again next week, our task force, and we will be continuing the effort of some of the areas that we haven't made much progress in. The most difficult area is the metering and telemetry area, and certainly this distribution utility outreach, where we're a little bit behind the 8 ball. We lump those in areas, and we've got about half of them done from a policy perspective, where we've met and gotten sort of endorsement of the task force to move along. The next slide, it shows you the distribution utility outreach meetings that we have. And even as of this morning, we changed. Initially, we had a meeting scheduled. I had it on my calendar for July 22nd, actually July 20th. Others had it on their calendar on the 19th, and so we have some conflicts. We're going to be moving that next distribution utility forum out to the 22nd. But you can see that we have a number of them scheduled. We're not sure that we'll utilize all of those distribution utility outreach forums, but the expectation is they're there. What we're trying to do is get feedback from them on the language that we're putting together from a registration perspective, and things that they will need to share back and forth with us, and the distribution utility the distribution energy resource aggregators. Next slide just talks. Let's see. I think it's again it's a dashboard of our policy, the policies, and sort of status of where we are. It gets a little bit more granular in the next several slides, where our priority group 1, slide 19, sort of shows here's what we've completed, here's what's left from a policy perspective to complete, and likewise, if you go through the next 2 slides, 20 and 21, same kind of thing. That priority group 2, we're still working in that area, and policy group. Priority group 3, we've addressed the market participant agreement and still working on policy issue 9. And this last slide shows you, slide 22 sort of shows you the process that we're working through. So staff is drafting straw proposals for the task force. These will go through the working group and the distribution utility forums also to kind of get their feedback, and it's an iterative process as the task force meets. But once we get task force endorsement of those items, and you'll see this reflected in future granular updates, revision requests go through the process, and then those will go through the process of the working groups that kind of consider those revision requests. And that would be an iterative process beginning in August, where we would seek the task force revision request approval based upon the feedback that we get from the working group. So that beginning in August, that would, we would have sort of an iterative process over the next several months, all culminating in approval by the MOPSI and our board in sort of the January timeframe, and final approval of that in April before our filing. So that's sort of the update of where we are. We probably are not quite as far along in some of the technical areas that the Mid-Continent ISO has shared. They've been looking at this a little bit longer than we have. I think, Adam, you had asked a question that I briefly heard on the last thing, sort of what could the commission do to help us move things along. One of the things that we obviously are concerned about is double counting. And that is important to us. And, so getting some clarity on the rules regarding, wholesale participation and rates is going to be helpful in making sure that we don't have double counting issues. And certainly with the number of states that we have, it's incumbent upon all the states to kind of be helping us and looking in that direction. So let me just stop there, and that's kind of where we are.
Thanks very much, Michael. We really appreciate, first of all, you rolling with us on our technical adventure, but also for your presentation and the information. So thanks very much. Let me first take a moment here and see if there's any questions in the room. Anybody wants to step up to the mic and ask a question? Otherwise, I have a couple prepared. I understand it's right after lunch, but maybe there's some energy here in the room. Okay, we have a question, Michael, for you about the implementation timeline for SPP. Can you talk about, was it compliance filing, or was it specifically, well, first of all, can you talk about when your compliance deadline is, Michael?
Yeah, so our compliance deadline, what we sought was an extension to make our compliance filing next April, at the end of April. That's following our board meeting, April 28th. In that request for extension, we told the commission that we didn't believe that we would be able to implement this, because all these revision requests that we're going to go through, we're going to change our tools, processes, and procedures for how we dispatch, security constrained, economically dispatch our system, and security constrained unit commitment, commit units to our system. So those tools, processes, and procedures are going to change, and we didn't think that that could be completed any earlier than the spring of 2024.
Yeah, and that's something that both you and Tim have talked about, is that compliance is not implementation. I thought that was really one of the big takeaways I got from both your presentations. Anything else in the room before I kind of go to some other issues? Oh, it looks like we have a question in the room. If you could please say who you are and who you work for.
Yeah, my name is Jay Lubert. I work for the PSC staff. I had a question about the telemetry requirements you both mentioned within your discussions. And I thought, Tim, you had mentioned that there may be differences between jurisdictions. When you say that, are you saying that's between SPP and MISO, or are you thinking that there could be jurisdictional differences between states?
It was more of the latter, in terms of the differences between states and specifically differences among utilities in terms of what technologies they have embedded at the retail customer level. And so just trying to recognize you've got different levels of maturity or different levels of technology involved. And so we've got to recognize that across our footprint, and that may involve different phasing, different timelines for implementation of those telemetry and metering requirements.
And Michael, do you have anything? Oh, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, we totally agree with that. And we in fact, we had this discussion on our first distribution utility forum last week. We had one of our members, AAP, sort of present, what this interaction between distribution utilities and sort of our members, like the transmission owners, and kind of that relationship. And as he's pointed out, is that there are differences by state jurisdiction, and there are differences in maturity in terms of technology, especially with a lot of our distribution utilities and the TOs in our footprint.
Thanks, everybody. Any other questions in the room or from the worldwide? Oh, looks like we have one from Whitney.
I'm Whitney Payne with Staff Counsel's Office. I guess I would be curious to hear what both MISO and SPP would see as the Missouri Commission's first priority, what we can put in place to help you.
Let's go to Michael first, because we've had Tim speak first on the last question. Michael?
Well, again, one of our concerns is about double counting, and then getting some clarity on that rules for how participants that are going to be participating at wholesale, how sort of the rules on the rates for how that can happen, so that we don't have the double counting issue. That's going to be something that's, I think, would be helpful from the commission perspective.
Yeah, and I would say ditto what Michael just said is the double counting issue, and continue to unwind that, because there will be a new phase of detailed questions underneath that will be critical to answer. And then in addition to that, helping to support what is needed for interconnection review. And I think that's second to the double counting, but that's also critical for the commissions and yours to consider.
I know that's Michael's dog, which means I've been on way too many calls with him.
It is, and I'm getting ready to mute so you don't have to listen to him.
Pam, do you have a question?
Yes. It makes clear under 2222, and I think that both of you will agree that it's the EDCs that have the ability to say, no, we need to cut this off because of safety concerns to their system. How do MISO and SPP see that interplaying? Who is going to be telling which person, and what kind of situations and scenarios do you actually see that being called upon?
That's a great question, and we don't have all the detailed answers yet, but certainly we're going to ensure that nothing jeopardizes the grid reliability. And so what is the information that we're getting from those resources to ensure that we can understand how to either move things around or adjust to help accommodate some of that activity. But ultimately, don't have an answer today, but that is one of the key questions. And we're not going to jeopardize that chartering element, which is maintain grid reliability.
And I would echo the same thing. One of the things that we have been kicking around is teeing this up at NERC. NERC, this is a whole new level that NERC probably needs to be engaged in. And again, we talked about this, one of our AEP talked about sort of that reliability component that needs to be thought about wisely from the perspective of distribution providers. That for today, the standards are not quite there. So again, we don't have all the answers either, and we're still continuing to work through some of that.
Go ahead in the room. Please say who you are and who you work for.
Tim Opitz, and I work for Missouri. So you've each talked about the importance of double counting. I was hoping you could, educate me a little bit about the scope and magnitude of if that problem isn't adequately addressed. I mean, is it a reliability impact? I guess what would be the magnitude of that? And is it a dollars impact, and what would?
Michael, what do you say to that?
Yeah. So I think it's probably a dollar's impact more than perhaps a reliability impact, although there are probably reliability implications as well. What the magnitude of that is it's not entirely clear to us. One of the things that we first talked about when the task force got together is how much. One of the things that we were trying to figure out is what is the magnitude of usage for net metering even in our footprint in each of our states, and I don't think we have a good handle on that at this point. It's one of the things I had initially teed up as an action item, and it's we don't have a good handle on it yet.
Yeah, and I would echo Michael's comments, but I would also add on to that, in addition to being a financial question, is ultimately what's the activity that we see and what's embedded inside the forecasts. And so for our commitment process and those elements of the market and community resources, what's involved in the load forecast? Is it a gross number or is it a net number? So not only is it double compensation double counting issue, but it's a double counting issue in terms of the load and the resource, and whether or not you split that out and consider it as net or as gross figures, or it's combined from the LSC or the load serving entity as part of a net number. So yeah, there's a compensation piece, financial, but also on the load side and the forecast side and how we operate the commitment process.
And Tim, when you're talking about load forecasting, are you talking about it from like an annual perspective, from an hourly perspective, daily perspective? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes.
I always appreciate.
Yeah, I think it's both. It's real time as well as planning.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we always have the concern with is, are we talking about, reliability operations or both? And, both is definitely the experience I know that we've had on that issue. Any other questions in the room or on the chat? Oh, go ahead, please. Say who you are and who you're working for.
Yeah, I'm Kurt Stokes. I'm with the Staff Counsel's Office. And I appreciate the handout that you gave earlier with the column. I noticed that there were dispute resolution under both the C and the ISO as a role. How far down the road have you gone? What kinds of disputes and what parties would be resolved before those, lap and?
Yeah, that's on the horizon. It's not something that we've got a specific alternative or solution proposed, if you will, but that's on the horizon to discuss. We have a dispute resolution process that's hardwired into the MISO tariff, and we would see the opportunity to use that as a straw proposal to move forward, but certainly that's involving the MISO piece, and that doesn't necessarily cover what the states need to cover and yours truly. So we would still need to cross that bridge, and but there are examples out there that hopefully we could use to help inform the process.
Michael, anything to add or?
Yeah, I don't think we've addressed that issue yet.
Okay. Thank you. Just a reminder, if you're joining us online, if you have a question in chat, if you could please send it to Kim Burton or to Jay Lewert, that would be appropriate. Any other questions in the room or any other questions on chat at this time? Well, let me ask kind of a question that Elliot asked and ask it to both of you, or that Whitney asked to Elliot. Whitney asked if there was any states that were doing things that, Missouri could kind of look at, and, Elliot mentioned both New York and California. Is there anything within either the MISO or SPP footprint that the state is working on that you would kind of point us to and say, hey, not necessarily that you have to do things exactly like them, but, there may be something that, we should study a little bit further? Either one of you have an idea? I know that wasn't in our prepared question list.
Can we get, go ahead, Michael.
I was going to say, I mean, California and to Elliot's point, California and New York are further along on this, and they may have some lessons learned. In our footprint, I can't think of anything that is jumping to the top of my mind as to instructive for y'all at this point.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Tim?
I was going to say Missouri. Yeah. No, but I would continue to support Missouri's collaboration here. And yes, we're talking at the educational level in terms of informing at this stage, but certainly in the hallway and otherwise, we're hearing some very good detailed questions, which are key to bring to the table. So continue to encourage Missouri and other states to help facilitate these forums and bring that to the RERA workshop process, at least for MISO specifically. And we do know a couple of the jurisdictions are considering a couple of key questions, whether that's the interconnection process and the fact that their own state policies have fostered a lot of distribution interconnection, so they're having to deal with that question, or they want the input of MISO to help inform that interconnection process. Either way, we're here to help inform, and encourage the stakeholders to continue to raise the detailed questions.
Thank you. Anything else in the room or from the massive electronic chats? Okay, if we go ahead and wrap up? Okay. I want to thank both Tim and Michael for being here today, and thank everybody for all the good questions. Thanks very much.
Thank y'all.
Right. Thanks, everybody. That was very interesting for me, and I learned a lot, and it's very much helping me understand how Missouri plays in with MISO and SPP, so thank you very much. Our next panel is going to be on aggregation and perspective on demand response. And Mr. Brad Fortson, who is a regulatory compliance manager in the Energy Resources Department here at the Missouri Public Service Commission, is going to be our moderator. Brad?
Thank you, Jim. Thank you all for joining us today. As Jim mentioned, my name is Brad Fortson. I'm the manager of the Energy Resources Department here at the Commission. I'll be moderating the aggregation and perspective on demand response session. Great group of panelists for this session. We have Frank Lacey, the chair of the board at AEMA, Kenneth Scheisler, VP of Regulatory Affairs at CPower. We have Allison with Voltus, the Director of Legal and Regulatory Affairs, who we have the pleasure of having here with us. And we also have David Bloom, the Manager of Energy Acquisition, G&E. Each panelist has a short presentation. After each, we will go into Q&A, which I'll kick off and turn over to the audience. Highly encourage everybody to take full advantage of the wealth of knowledge and experience that we have here. As I mentioned, Frank's going to kick us off. Frank, can you hear me?
I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, okay.
Floor is yours.
Do I have control of the screen? Or are you? Okay.
No, we can flip through it for you.
Okay. Okay. Great. That's all. Thank you. That's all I need to know. Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Frank Lacey. Thank you for that introduction. I am the chairman of the AMA Board of Directors. I work as an independent energy markets consultant in my day job, and providing services to energy companies and providers of advanced energy management services, DR, DER, et cetera. Okay, can you flip? Okay. So AEMA, the Advanced Energy Management Alliance, is a trade association headquartered in Washington, D.C. And we really advocate for policies that empower and compensate customers appropriately to contribute their resources to the energy grid. And we're advocating for more efficient, cost-effective, resilient, reliable, and an environmentally sustainable grid. And as I mentioned, our members are technology providers, companies that aggregate, and end users that provide the actual resource to the grid. Next. I'm not going to go through this, but here's a listing of our membership. Our membership is growing pretty rapidly right now, which is good. And again, this is the list of, I'm sure some of these names are kind of household names. So we cover all aspects of the energy spectrum. Next. So I've been asked to provide kind of a high-level overview of how aggregation works and what it really means, and to talk about some of the terms and terminology. So I hope this is not too basic of a concept. This actual concept, in my mind, confuses a lot of people, even people that have been working in the DR and DER markets for a long time. But there are many DR and DER products that can be brought to market. For the purpose of this discussion, I'm going to, at some of them, break them down into two kind of high-level types of products. One is a contracted product or a capacity product. That's a product where a grid operator, it could be a utility or an ISO or a muni or a co-op or whatever, will sign a contract with an end-use provider, pay them a reservation payment or a standby payment or a capacity payment to be on call to curtail or to provide resources at the discretion of the grid operator. Okay, so there could be a period-based reservation payment that could be monthly, annually, summer-based, whatever. There could be a period where no curtailments are called, but that customer, because it stood ready to provide the service, gets paid for standing ready, a capacity payment or a standby payment. The other types of products are economic-based products. Those are products that are offered to the market on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, perhaps on a monthly basis, but they're economic-based. So the customer will say, okay, if the wholesale LMP is greater than X, to say $200 a megawatt hour, then I will curtail my load and offer my energy into the market, right? So it's a economic-based decision, and it's solely the decision of the customer. Now, if the customer makes that economic decision and is dispatched by the grid operator, whoever that operator might be, that customer has an obligation to perform, and its payment is based on performance. But it's not like a standing contract where the grid operator can say, hey, I need you tomorrow, I need you this afternoon, you have to curtail load, okay? So they're kind of fundamentally different products. One is more of a reliability product called on by the grid operator, and the other is more of an economic product, and dispatch decisions are usually made by the customer, by the end use provider of the services, okay? I think largely in today's DR world, we see a lot of the contract type demand response. We certainly see some economic demand response participating in the markets, but the majority is the contract-based or the capacity-based types of products. As DERs are integrated into the market, I don't see the left side minimizing, but I see the right side increasing in scope significantly. So as we incorporate these DERs, I see more economic dispatch coming with the variety of products that can be brought to market. All right, next. So what is aggregation? If you think about a utility tariff, utility tariffs are basically, by design, they're kind of programmatic, and they're more one size fits all. Like the utility sets out a tariff. Here's the requirement to participate in our demand response program. And if it works for you, great. If not, so be it. So this is, if you kind of look at this picture, I've got the top red bar that, say that's a 8-hour daily requirement that might be called all day, any day during the course of the year. What does aggregation do? Aggregation pulls in resources that might not otherwise be able to participate in that one-size-fits-all tariff and aggregate them. We refer to it as playing Tetris, for those of you who know what that game is, and filling up the requirement. So, on the vertical bar, this might be a 500 megawatt requirement, right? So at the bottom of this chart, we have resources that are always available and highly flexible. They could be big manufacturers. They meet the utility requirements perfectly. As you move up the ladder, we might have some that can curtail 8 hours a day, and others that can only do it 1 day a week. They have orders they have to fulfill, they have machinery, they have routine maintenance, they have things that they can't adjust. So yes, maybe they could do it every Monday, but they can't do it any other day or whatever, or no more than one day a week because of some contractual commitments. We have resources that are available weekdays only. Certainly you can think about any kind of office building, available only at certain times of day. You might not, a restaurant, for example, wouldn't want to participate in a demand response event between, say, 11:30 and 2 because it's their peak lunch hour. Winter only resources, summer only resources. I think, and then one of the critical ones is the fast response, short duration versus the delayed response, long duration resources. There are a lot of resources that can be brought to the demand response world in a very short period of time, instantaneously with the flick of a switch at the aggregator, but they might be only able to curtail for 30 minutes. Think about a chain of Starbucks stores. I could control those remotely, maybe the air conditioning load or some refrigeration load or whatever, and then turn it back on after a half hour and then give someone else that half hour lead time that they might need to prepare for curtailment. And we can finish off the aggregation with that more delayed response kind of customer. So what the aggregation does is it fills in the gaps. It opens up the one-size-fits-all tariff to customers who would never be able to participate in these programs. Next. So, we kind of look at a utility-based program, transitioning from the last slide. You've got a utility-based program which is somewhat inflexible by tariff design, right? One step better than that might be a third-party contract with a utility, where a utility might contract with one aggregator or two aggregators to meet their load requirements. But if they're contracting with one aggregator, you almost have to ask the question, like, whose best interest is being represented? There might be customers that are left out of the mix on purpose. For example, Anheuser-Busch is probably a very sophisticated energy buyer, right? It might be perfectly able to meet the needs of a utility requirement, but it couldn't, it can't, it might not be aggregated by a third-party aggregator because that third-party aggregator knows that Anheuser-Busch is sophisticated and it will demand too much of the compensation, for example. So you might not always have the company's best interests, meaning the end-use customer's best interests represented. You might also not have the utility's best interest represented in a program like that. So then we get to tariff-based programs or market-based programs where aggregators can just come into the market, live with a tariff and rules outlined in the tariff. In that case, you have competitive forces seeking customer participation. So if CSP or aggregator 1 doesn't want to deal with Anheuser-Busch, well, certainly aggregator 2 will, or aggregator 3 will, or aggregator 4 will. And so you have these multiple suppliers, multiple aggregators building portfolios. You have an immense amount of portfolio diversification. So the utilities risk is minimized, all of the respective customers' risks are minimized, and certainly reliability and resilience are enhanced for the utility and the grid operator with aggregation. Next. So I heard some talk this morning about double counting is an issue. So I think it's important to recognize certainly the different products that I talked about on the first slide, capacity products and economic products. And it's important that double counting should not be confused with dual participation. A DR or a DER provider can provide a multitude of services to utilities or ISOs. There could be a peak load management program, which might allow the utility to reduce the costs that are tied to peak load. And that would be, that program might be called just on a hot day, right? Just to control load a little bit. It wouldn't have to be like a super hot day. I don't know what it's like in Missouri today, but I know where I live, it's pushing 100 degrees and it's not very nice. And DR is being called all around us. It could be a distribution relief program where the local distribution network is constrained and they need to curtail a small area. It could be a transmission-based program where they need to curtail across a larger area. And simultaneously, it might be an ISO-wide program. The ISO might have a problem in the northern part of the ISO, but they have to call, to relieve some constraints, they might have to call some southern load to help the ISO manage reliability. So it's possible that all of those things could happen at the same day. It's possible that all those things could happen in simultaneous days. So it's important that each service is compensated separately. So capacity services should be compensated individually, and the economic services should only be compensated one time, right? So if you're curtailing under 4 different programs and 4 different programs pay for the energy that you're curtailing, it doesn't make sense for you to get that energy payment 4 times, right? And AEMA does not support that kind of overpayment, but it certainly supports paying for participation in multiple programs because each one of those programs provides a separate set of values to the utility, the grid manager, or the customers. Next. So kind of shifting gears, data access. I haven't heard anyone mention that this morning. I haven't really been listening. I've had a variety of calls and stuff, so I don't know if this has come up yet, but customer data access is critically important to making the system more efficient. And who should have access? Customers and third-party representative of the customers should have access to the customer's data, of course, with customer consent. Some base level data might be made publicly available, but certainly once you get into identifying data, then customer consent should be required. But more importantly, it should be fast and real time to the extent that's possible. One of the things I do, I work with end use customers. If I get a year's worth of energy data plotted on a graph, I can go into that customer and probably tell them 10 things right off the bat, just looking at one graph about their energy usage and energy usage patterns. So it sounds like this is not a big deal. This is a big deal. The data should be revenue grade, interval data at the hourly level or better. Data requirements under FERC Order 2222 might require increased granularity for settlements, maybe as fast as 5 minutes. I think 15-minute data is available almost anywhere. I apologize for that. I can't stop the people from calling. Anyway, so Order 2222 is going to likely require better than hourly level data. And so the market should start working towards that goal. And certainly standardized data access rules, I think, are important. Customer consent, obviously, we talked about. And cybersecurity rules should be developed but they should not be overly onerous on customers or market participants. But certainly, we recognize that cybersecurity is very important. I think, do I have another slide? No, I think that's it. Thank you. And I'll be around to answer questions after the next three presenters.
Thank you, Frank. Actually, we'll probably go ahead and do a little bit of Q&A right now.
Oh, sure.
I'll kick it off with, so kind of a general question. What barriers have you experienced from AEMA perspective that the Missouri Commission should be aware of?
Could you repeat that? My phone was ringing again. I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah, what barriers have you experienced from an AEMA perspective that the Missouri Commission should be aware of?
You're talking about across the country?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so so we work in, our members work in markets ranging from vertically integrated utility markets to the kind of quasi-deregulated New England, New England, New York PJM markets to ERCOT, where it's kind of fully deregulated. The levels of constraints vary. Sometimes it's state by state. It would include data access, metering requirements. I think if you looked for, and certainly access to customers, when you get into the vertically integrated utility markets, there's a reluctance of the utility to allow anyone to quote unquote knock on the door of a customer. They don't want people interfering with their what they call their customer relationship. I would say that that's probably the biggest barrier, and it has been the barrier. Obviously, the states had implemented restrictions under FERC Order 719, limited access to customers. I think AEMA's position is that harms customers by limiting access to the markets. So those are certainly things that we are advocating to change.
Excellent, thank you. I'll open it up to the floor. Looks like we have a question. If you want to identify yourself and tell us who you're with.
Hi, my name's Jeff Mark. I'm with Missouri Office of Public Counsel. This is a question for Frank. Frank, does AEMA operate out of SPP or MISO currently?
Well, AEMA does not. AEMA is a trade association. I assume you mean, do our members operate in MISO or SPP?
Yes.
And I would say the answer to that is yes. I'm not sure the level to which, to what level that the members do. Obviously, it's bigger in PJM, New York, and New England. I believe there is some business being conducted in MISO. I'm not sure about SPP. And certainly the utilities within those footprints are engaging our members to do pieces, if not all, of demand response work that they're doing.
Frank, can you hear us?
Yes. Could you guys not hear my answer?
No, we did not.
Oh, sorry about that. So I think the answer is that our members are certainly engaged. I know they're engaged in the MISO market. I know they're engaged with utilities that operate behind the MISO market and behind SPP. I don't know if anyone is engaged with SPP directly. I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we had a follow-up question to that, if you want to repeat that.
I cannot hear that follow-up.
Frank, the follow-up was, does it make a difference whether there is a capacity market within that RTO?
Does it make a difference? There are all sorts of products that aggregators are providing. Some provide capacity-based products, some do not. So it's just a different suite of products that you'd be able to get without a capacity market versus with a capacity market.
Frank, can you hear me?
Yes, could you guys hear that answer?
Yes. In your literature here, you speak that AEMA is engaged in residential DERs. Could you speak a little bit about that? To what extent are you aggregating on the residential side demand response events?
Yeah, so I don't know the numbers exactly. We don't collect that data from our members, but I do know that companies such as Itron, Energy Hub, they're heavily engaged in the residential demand response markets. In terms, I mean, I could just from my prior work experience, I could say that it's at least 500 megawatts of residential demand response, but I'm sure it's much more than that. That's just what I have firsthand knowledge of. But across the country, it's got to be significantly more than that.
Frank?
Yes.
Just to be clear, that's 500 megawatts that's third-party aggregated, not utility-owned?
It's, I would say the majority of it is utility contracted, not, but third-party aggregated.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else out there with any questions? Frank, real quick, I wanted to ask, conclude with your portion. So AEMA has worked, I think, pretty extensively with state regulatory commissions on this topic. So in your experience, what's the role of the state commission in other states and any differences between that role?
Well, obviously, the role of the commission generally is to protect the customers and to look out for the customers. I think they've taken different perspectives on that. For example, under Order 719, there was a view that protecting the customers meant keeping aggregators out in some states, but some states have wholly embraced aggregators. So I think I think that's the role. I think going forward, the role is to, in order to change the thinking about what protecting the customers means. I think we know that customers want to get engaged. Customers want to be active. Customers want to save money. They want to provide services to the extent they know they can. And, if you look to Missouri, I threw out Anheuser-Busch earlier. Anheuser-Busch is a very active participant in energy markets where they can be. Obviously, that's a huge customer, and they probably don't need a lot of protection from the commission. But if you just go down the food chain a little bit to the next level down, eventually you get to small commercial and residential. Those customers want to have the same benefits that an Anheuser-Busch has. So I think the role is kind of pushing the market forward today and understanding that that is what is going to help consumers, not protectionism, quote unquote protectionism, maintaining, kind of monopoly control over customers is not really in the customer's best interest.
Excellent. Thank you very much. No more questions. I think we can turn it over to Ken with C-Power. Ken, can you hear me?
I can hear you okay. Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good.
The floor is yours.
All right. I want to thank the commission and the commission staff for this invitation and for your interest, frankly, in understanding the aggregator business model and how aggregators can work to bring benefits not only to Missouri customers, but also to Missouri utilities. If I could move to the next slide. I don't know what happened to that one. Okay. As I said, I'm Ken Schisler, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for CPower. I'm also former chairman of the Maryland Public Service Commission and a state legislator. CPower is an aggregator working across multiple markets throughout North America. So we move to the next slide. I'm going to move kind of quickly because I know I have just a brief time. I'm going to try to address a couple of questions that the staff raised in its April 30th report and also try to expand on a few points. One question presented in that report is whether Missouri has the authority over aggregators to create a registration system. And the answer to that question is clearly yes. Now, aggregators are not utilities. Aggregators do not distribute power. They do not take title or sell power to retail customers. However, in order to maintain a viable business in Missouri, aggregators need the opportunity to do business with utilities that are under your regulatory jurisdiction. And in exchange for the opportunity to work with utilities or participate in retail flexibility programs, aggregators would certainly submit to state regulatory jurisdiction. You also have the ability under FERC Order 719 to opt in with conditions. In other words, there's a third choice. It's not just opt out or opt in. You can opt in with conditions. In fact, California and some other states have done exactly that. Some states do have an aggregator registry. Some have exercised regulatory jurisdiction over aggregators. Most states throughout the country actually have neither. CPower doesn't object to a registry, nor do we object to a reasonable level of regulation over its activity by state PSCs. That decision is yours. And at the end of my presentation, I have provided some reference information to the various registries and regulations from the states that are listed here. Next slide, please. I said a few moments ago that aggregators will comply with PSC requirements because we want to have the opportunity to work with Missouri customers. The structure of the MISO market in particular, it's a bilateral capacity market, or has a bilateral capacity market with a residual capacity auction, and that allows market participants to trade out of long and short positions. But this auction is a thinly traded market that doesn't reflect the true value of capacity, and yet it is the only way to offer capacity resources into the MISO market if you do not have a utility contract. And so to be successful in bringing our technologies and solutions to Missouri customers, we need the ability to contract for capacity with utilities, with the load serving entity that's serving the load. Thus, we need the support of commission to encourage utilities to include aggregator resources in their resource plan. Next slide, please. Just a few comments about consumer protection. Consumer provisions are necessary, and Frank started to touch on this point a little bit, and actually important, where the model adopted allows for single aggregator vendor with contract flexibility. And this does appear to be the model that is utilized today in Missouri. In the next slide, I'm going to discuss how this participation model, as compared to the others, raises some, actually, I wasn't quite ready to go to the next slide yet. How this participation model, the single vendor model, compared to others, raises significant consumer protection concerns. But in markets where competition is permitted, customers do have the real power to negotiate, and they have options. If they do not like the service or do like the service, they have options. And because aggregation is not a natural monopoly like utility service, that can occur because true competition, of course, like most other goods in our economy, is the most effective form of consumer protection. With that said, as I said, CPower does not object to reasonable consumer protection regulation, and we do business in states that have them and that do not. And now for the next slide. Okay, I want to spend a little time talking about the aggregator models that exist today in different regions across the state and across the United States. The first is the legacy interruptible tariff model. Now, these do still exist today, but they have fallen out of favor, in part because they tend to be too rigid and they do not serve a diverse customer base very well. The second model appears to be what Missouri has in place, at least for Ameren and Evergy. Now, this model does allow for diversity of the types of loads that can participate, but it is also the one model in the list that does raise serious consumer protection issues. We still see this model around the country because some utilities prefer to work with one vendor. But the problem with this model, and again, it's problems, identify the problems and identify the solutions. The problem with this model is that with contract flexibility and no competition, the aggregator can be in a position to cause harm to consumers that is difficult or impossible to detect. For example, the aggregator can engage in a form of subtle exclusion of customers or create some kind of artificial scarcity in order to convince customers to accept lower compensation when they could, in fact, have gotten a better deal. From the outside, these contracts would seem to be the product of negotiations, but the customers in the end had little choice. And so the need for consumer protection with this model is at its zenith. The third model is the dominant model in California. In this model, aggregators actually compete at two levels. The aggregators compete to win the right to some tranche of capacity from the utility. They get the capacity obligation, and then they go to the customers and fill it. And there they compete again. The aggregators compete against each other to win customers. This model can present some challenges, but those challenges are manageable and they do work. Finally, the open enrollment model is where the utility purchases capacity from all aggregators on equal terms and at the same price, and the competition is at the customer level to provide the best opportunities for the customer. And the only real downside to this model, frankly, is that aggregators and innovation generally, we like to serve large common markets. And if there are very small utilities that require sort of special requirements, that may not attract significant participation. Otherwise, this model works quite well pretty much everywhere it is utilized. I'll move on to my next slide. I believe this is my last slide. Okay, so as a former regulator and someone who's been through all of the major policy developments affecting demand-side resources over the last 2 decades, I have just a couple of modest suggestions. First, I do not belittle the importance of the MISO or SPP issues for implementing Order 2222. They are important, but as we've seen this morning, it's a very cumbersome process, and the issues are nearly endless, and most of them are going to be resolved through FERC litigation and maybe even judicial litigation, or at least the ones that aren't agreed to. It is certainly something you're going to pay attention to, but probably not the best use of state PSC time and resources to focus too much effort on what is inevitably going to happen at MISO or SPP and FERC. Again, you'll pay attention, but your resources will be devoted to important state issues, and we talked about some of them today. Data access for aggregators. It's an important issue. Workout standards, models to allow aggregators to participate and support utility resource adequacy plans, the interconnection rules, dual participation programs. Frank mentioned those as well. And also making sure that the distribution system, the system that state regulators have responsibility for oversight, that they are capable of handling a system with large numbers of DERs, which is frankly an issue with or without Order 2222. My final recommendation, respectfully, is that you should take this opportunity now to gain some experience with aggregators. You should allow aggregation participation now and encourage your utilities to work with us. And the opt-out, opt-in issue is a demand response question. Demand response compared to other types of DERs that inject is not a particularly complicated resource. There is already a market model in place at both MISO and SPP. You don't have to worry about issues such as interconnection. And if you lift this temporary restriction now, you will have the opportunity to gain some valuable experience in how the aggregators and utilities and customers interact. So that concludes my comments. I look forward to questions. I would particularly welcome now or at the end of this panel the opportunity to come back to the double counting question that was raised with the last panel. But thank you very much for this time.
Thank you. We appreciate that. I'll go ahead and open it up to the anybody's got any questions.
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Bates-Wannup. I'm the Director of Legal and Regulatory Affairs for Voltus, which is a provider of demand response. And I thought I'd jump in here because some of the questions that have already come up are addressed in my slides, and it's always helpful to kind of get out in front of issues. But I just wanted to make some things clear first based on people, we all live in the demand response world, but I wanted to take a step back because some of these issues aren't always is clear if you don't live in that world. So demand response is talking about either turning stuff off or shifting demand to a different time period to manage energy supply. It could be events that are called once a year for several hours. Those are more of those big capacity events that Frank talked about in his presentation. Or it could be shorter events that are 10 minutes, and a customer might have those events called dozens of times a year, and that's what the customer consents to. And just another point to make is, I think anytime you hear about the term demand response globally, it's particularly about performance. Recognize that demand response by an aggregator, a third party, a competitive provider, for example, what Voltus is, versus a utility program, we would maintain that those can perform differently. So I always would say, you want to scratch the surface on those performance issues. So this is my first slide. And I did want to say thank you to the commission for having this discussion about demand response participating in Missouri. And I also have to say that I work with commissions all over the country. And I think that you guys have a really exceptional commission and great staff. They have been helpful and inquisitive through this whole time. And so I really appreciate that. So I'm going to go through how things work with Voltus, but I really hope that this serves as more of a case study for how demand response works with aggregators generally. So hopefully you find this instructive and concrete. So next slide, please. So this is what we're talking, Voltus and our customer relationship, figuring out where to put the mic relative to looking at the slides. Yeah, I'll go up there. Hello? Hi. Now I'm all TED Talk style. So great. So this is Voltus and our customer relationship. I'm going to get into how our technology works, where and how we operate, and also demand response working with regulators and utilities in vertically integrated states, which I would expect is near and dear to your hearts. So you can go to the next slide. Okay, so Voltus works directly with commercial and industrial customers consumption and obtain payments in the wholesale markets. So we do not generally do many utility programs. Some other demand response providers might be more of the one who runs the utilities demand response program, but we really focus on the wholesale markets. So C&I and wholesale markets are more of the specialties of Voltus. Our platform is integrated into every North American wholesale market, of which there are 9. You can see them down at the bottom. And we use our distributed energy resource platform to automate these assets and manage financial settlements. So we, in our company, we have a weekly meeting, and one of the features of that is we have a pop quiz. And so you can see that there are 9 markets down at the bottom, and all of those have 1, 2, some 3 markets that demand response can participate in. How many, could you guess, demand response programs were called yesterday to curtail load because of the extreme heat that is being felt around the country? Can anyone just shout out some numbers here? 9, 27. And I bet we have maybe that many again today going. And so that's what these resources are doing now. I'm kind of like squatting because it's a little low for me, so it's I can, okay, if you've got, yeah, if you have John here, then you have to find a mic for me. All right. Just go with this. So we provide provide thousands of megawatts of capacity, ancillary services, and energy. And if wholesale markets are new to you, I'm going to explain that a little more later in a slide. And we do participate in MISO and SPP now. We might literally be participating at this very moment with customers in both vertically integrated and non-vertically integrated states. So I'm happy to answer questions about that. I think that covers everything I have here. Oh, and I also just wanted to make a point that I meant to make at the beginning that as much as we spent the morning talking about 2222, participation of demand response in Missouri is something that could be removed by commission order as quickly as the commission wanted to act. If the commission were, say, to issue an order removing the demand response opt-out tomorrow, we could register Missouri megawatts and have them operating in the market before Labor Day. So just to remember that despite all the issues that have to be hashed out on 2222, participation of demand response and Missouri businesses being paid to participate in the wholesale markets is something that could be resolved very quickly because these participation models already exist. We can go to the next slide. So this is our customer value proposition: better energy, more cash. We like simplicity at Voltus. And that breaks down into 3 components, which I'm going to discuss each in turn: more megawatts, more markets, a 1-page commercial agreement with straightforward terms that are easily negotiated, and technology to make life easier. Next slide, please. Okay, it's just loading. So our VoltApp platform is integrated into every North American wholesale markets, and we earn cash for a variety of organizations. As you can see up here on the left-hand column, these are examples of the types of customers that we can aggregate and offer their load into the wholesale markets. So big box retailers, amusement parks, manufacturers, University and University of Missouri, Black and Gold. I'm a Steelers fan, so I had to incorporate that as well. Elementary schools, hospitals, these are the kind of customers that we can work with to aggregate. So what we do is we reach out to customers. We look at their energy usage. They might not know anything more than what their annual electric bill is, and we work with them to try to find ways that they can curtail and earn or load shift and earn money from those actions. And then we develop with them a curtailment plan to reduce their load. And then we offer that into the wholesale market. So you can see the blue arrow, us working with the customers to develop what they're willing to commit, that we then bid into the wholesale markets. The wholesale markets will pay us for that green arrow, and we pass that along to the customers. What's really fun for us when we work with customers is that customers might not believe that they can curtail. Many are too small to be aggregated to qualify for utility programs. Those might require a megawatt of load that can be curtailed. We can work with customers as small as 10 kilowatts. So we really see third-party aggregators as complementary to utility projects or programs. And we also see these as a helpful on-ramp to other energy services like energy efficiency, understanding your energy usage, distributed generation. We see demand response as a great first step. I think we can go to the next slide. So this is just our contract. I know everyone came here to look at a contract, but this is a simple 1-page agreement that we sign with our customers, and 2 terms are negotiated: the duration of the contract and the split, meaning the percent of the revenue earned that goes to the customer. It could be 50%, 60%. Usually the customer gets the majority. The duration of the contract, if the customer began and then they decided that they did not actually think the curtailment plan was workable, we all have things that happen like that, they would not be obligated to keep curtailing, but they wouldn't be able to work with another provider during the duration of that contract unless some other arrangement was negotiated. And as is spelled out in our contract, we integrate our technology at no cost to the customer, and we eliminate the risk by taking on the penalties. Those costs are not borne by ratepayers. They're not borne by the participant. We bear them. So that means we have every incentive to make sure that our customers can provide what they say they can provide. Next slide. So the third aspect is technology that makes life easier. So this is our Voltlet, inside and outside. It shows, this is drilled into the wall, usually near the customer meter at a customer site. And it is a data recorder that reads a KYZ pulse installed on a utility meter. And when it is hooked up to a building management system or other systems, it can automatically dispatch resources. So the majority of our resources are automatically dispatched when we get the dispatch signal from our friends at MISO or SPP. We then can automatically dispatch those resources. Other resources we might have to be manual. Next slide, please. And that is what a dispatch looks like. So that several resources looks to be about 10 dispatching in a way that I would describe as symphonically. You can see several different resources at several different levels of operating, reducing their load for a period of time, looks to be about 10 minutes, and then all recovering in their own different ways. But this is what our customers would see if, say, these sites were all under the same customer. This is what we would see on our end. So you can see these dispatches happening in real time. And I think that this slide really illustrates how our resources are able to essentially stand up a power plant overnight, because you have these kind of resources operating together and they can really make a difference. Please. So this is another dispatch. This is an operating reserves dispatch in SPP retail stores. And so you can see it's not quite as precipitous, but it's still just another illustration of what's going on here. So operating reserves are about 10 to 15-minute dispatches, and you might have several of them. And our goal is to have the customer not even notice that this dispatch has occurred. But this is so these operating reserves, they're a type of ancillary service. So you'll know that, as I'll show in a few slides, the different types of products, operating reserves are a type of ancillary service. Slide. So this is what our customers see. Every customer has access to Volt app. And you can see the same slide that you saw earlier showing how the dispatch actually works. Everything is translated into customer in terms of the amount of revenue they are earning. And they can log in here and see both real-time dispatches and historic performance. And this simplifies settlement and maximizes transparency for the customers. So this is a list of the wholesale market programs, and the ones in bold are the ones that Voltus actually participates in. So in the energy markets, there's real time and day ahead. And then in ancillary services, both MISO and SPP has spinning reserve, supplemental reserve, and those two are different types of operating reserves. And then there's frequency regulation. And then there's, for capacity products in MISO, there's load modifying resources. And obviously, SPP does not have a capacity market, but, and again, just to emphasize, the programs in bold are the ones that Voltus ourselves participates in. Oh, is it cut off? Well, so there's a lot going on here, but this is a flow chart that shows different ways in which the utility interact and state PSC interact with aggregators in the RTO at the 3 stages of registration, dispatch, and settlement. So as I've mentioned, when we sign a customer, we work with them to develop a curtailment plan. So then we go to register the resource in the market. So the utility and the state PSC can review and object to registrations. I haven't seen registrations actually be objected to, but they are reviewed. And then the resources are registered with the RTO, presuming there's no objection. The RTO would confirm that the RERA allows the participation, and Voltus would also attest that we have the RERA's permission. And so then when a resource actually goes to be dispatched, the RTO sends the dispatch signal to aggregators. The aggregators work to curtail the customers. Then in green, following the actual settle performance, we would submit our data to the RTO. The utility data could be used for auditing purposes, but we would be submitting our data from our voltlet. The RTO would determine our performance and either pay us or penalize us. We would pass along those payments, but not those penalties to the customers. And the utility can also review and object to settlement data. So the important point is that the utility really has full visibility into the assets and the dispatches that have occurred. So almost. But what I think this shows is that the state PSC and the utilities have oversight, they have visibility, but they don't carry a huge administrative burden here. And as one regulator in a vertically integrated state said to me, you just don't have the opt-out and you let the market do its work. So now we can go next slide. Thank you. I like the enthusiasm though. So competitive demand response does exist in vertically integrated states. 13 states have opted out. I know this morning it said 18, but it's actually 13. It was in a FERC order that said 18, but when we dug in, FERC confirmed that that was wrong. It's 13 have opted out, but many states have not. So West Virginia is vertically integrated, never opted out. Aggregators work with retail customers to participate in PGM's programs. Utilities also have demand response programs. And utilities plan for load the same, whether it's in demand response programs or third-party programs, because again, a lot of times demand response is just shifting consumption. And we also, Voltus ourselves participates. We provide operating reserves in Oklahoma and Kansas, and we also aggregate customers in parts of New Orleans where the RERA has allowed that, and that's in MISO. So we do aggregate customers in vertically integrated states. And I think I'm just going to close by mentioning that it's logical, to me at least, that this is a service in a vertically integrated state that a private party can still provide, because as we know, the vertically integrated model is great for power generation and supply where there are very high fixed costs but nominal marginal costs. But I think if you ever saw us do a dispatch or sign customers, you would see that actually there's pretty high marginal costs with each megawatt we enroll in making sure that they perform how they're supposed to be. So it's a completely different economic circumstance. That's it for now.
I'll go ahead and open it up to the floor if anybody's got any questions before I ask any.
This question is from Mike Rush, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but who is or should be responsible to ensure adherence to any cybersecurity standards associated with a particular aggregation of DR?
For us, we are, because it's our hardware, it's our software, it's our data. So if someone were to say hack into our voltlet, they might get at most access to some of our cellular data, but they would not get access to the the whole electrical grid and all the data there. So I would say that we should be protecting our own data, and we take on that obligation, and utilities obviously have their own obligations as well. But our technology does not compromise the data's cybersecurity, which was a question I first had when I was learning about our technology as well.
Alex Antel, Missouri Public Service Commission. For the presentation, question is, states where ARC competition is allowed, what has been the impact on utility offered DR programs? I know you alluded to it, that they can be offered in unison, but I'm curious if there's any historical analysis of whether participation stays the same, does it go down, have utilities abandoned their DR programs because of the competition of ARCs in their states? Thank you.
It's a good question. So obviously most of the participation data we have is in competitive or states where there's retail choice, and there's just kind of a decision that the different spheres will each do their own thing. So utilities will provide the power and rather than getting into the demand response business. But in states where both coexist, they've coexisted. You know, a concern when demand response was first given access to the wholesale markets was that it would undermine utility demand response programs. And we haven't seen that to be the case, particularly when it comes to interruptible programs. Those remain very beneficial for participating ratepayers. And so we would see what we do is filling a gap, providing a complementary service that many don't provide. And for example, I don't think any utility provides operating reserves. So that's just something that isn't available through a utility. It would be done through generation or some other resource. Does operating reserves with demand response.
So to follow up on that real quick, is it experience common to see, I guess, in states to see that coexistence or to have customers participate in retail and wholesale?
It's pretty common in PJM where they might participate in different, you know, either in different programs to demand response programs with different aggregators, or participate in a utilities program, or do say, I guess it's different net metering, but generally I would just say that it's not as common as it should be because people just seem to see them as mutually exclusive. And I think that that is unfortunate because I see these as very different services that are really complementary. And I don't think that demand response should be seen as a threat to utility hegemony over power supply.
Hi, Tim Opitz with Renew Missouri again. Prior speakers talked about double counting, and I think Ken was ahead of you. He said he had something else to say about it, but you also reiterated that even before, I think you said even before the RTOs figure out how to address double counting, that demand response would be able to, I guess, be implemented very quickly. What is the relationship between, I guess, double counting and demand response? And then do you have any general thoughts on the how to address double counting issues?
Yeah, so like I said, demand response was first allowed full participation in the wholesale markets in 2008 and 2009, and has been participating in the wholesale markets even before that, since it was really born out of the 2003 blackout. So there's a lot of experience with demand response, and the market participation models are well developed, and there's basically different baselining approaches to say, either we compare you to a counterfactual that we have developed, and your load during the event is compared to that baseline of a counterfactual, or there's things like meter before, meter after. And so these baseline approaches have been well developed to address the concerns of double counting. As it relates to double counting of DERs, distributed energy resources, I think that there's a lot of really interesting issues that are going to be hatched out, and a lot of them are going to arise from how the utilities draft their retail programs. Because, for example, your utility's net metering program, if you're a net metering customer, could grant the utility energy rights, or it could grant them energy capacity and ancillary services rights. And so that would depend on the way in which your resource, you could get additional revenue through the wholesale market, for example. But I also think that there's a lot of really straightforward issues, like if you're just distributed generation that wants to have access to the wholesale market, that's a lot of what 2222 is. And sometimes it's kind of like, we get so bogged down in the hypotheticals that we forget that most of the use cases can be pretty straightforward.
Thanks, Allison. I think now might be a good time to, Ken, are you still there?
I am. I just want to add, I guess, to what Allison said, that double counting if double counting exists, there must be rules to prevent it. But I wanted to emphasize that it's exceptionally rare. As Allison was describing the approval process, there's an EDC or LSE review. In a case of a vertically integrated state, that'd be one and the same. A review of the registration to determine if the resource is already being claimed. They are exceptionally rare, and they occur usually where essentially it's a mistake. It's the same customer has been enrolled by two different providers for the same thing. So for example, in PJM, energy efficiency can be a capacity resource. That energy efficiency may be claimed by the utility as part of the utility program, and perhaps that customer, not being aware of that, tries to sign up with an aggregator who's trying to represent that energy efficiency. It's the same resource. There's a check in place to make sure that that can't happen and shouldn't happen. But it's of the thousands, maybe probably at this point hundreds of thousands of registrations that we've processed. This is something that comes up only maybe a handful of times per year, and it's almost always due to just sort of a logistical mistake of not knowing that there are true providers working with the customer, as opposed to some kind of like nefarious activity. Just wanted to add that.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. And David, we haven't forgot about you. So one more question.
It says on. Following up, what is the check that it's in place that you just mentioned, Ken? This is Shelley Bruggeman with the commission.
So there's two. First of all, there's a process for the load serving entity, the retail supplier, to verify that attribute, that flexibility, is not already being addressed through a retail tariff. Again, I'm referring specifically to PJM. The EDC also has the same sort of review, but I think that's more of sort of an accuracy. Maybe David can comment on that a little bit better. But the second one, Order 2222, provides if by definition there is a conflict, the state jurisdiction has the right to prohibit wholesale market participation as a part of participation in the retail program.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So we'll go ahead and move on and close out with David Bloom at BGE. Go ahead, David.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Can folks hear me? The thumbs up?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. And thanks again. I want to echo the thanks from my other panelists here. It's also good to virtually be back in Missouri, as having spent some time in MISO, was able to attend the MISO meeting in Branson a few years ago. So it's a pleasure to be back here. And I have a short presentation, and I guess we could jump to the next slide here. Just a quick background on who BGE, what BGE is here. You can see here, just as a way, I know Allison mentioned a pop quiz. I'm going to give you an answer to perhaps a pop quiz in the future. That BGE is the nation's first gas utility. We trace our origins back to 1816. So there's an answer for you in case that ever comes up. So we recently celebrated our 200th anniversary. And so I like maps, and so any chance I get, I'd like to put a map in here. Just note that Illinois is technically not an island, but this shows here the Exelon utilities, that make up our family of utilities here in Exelon. And obviously, BGE here in the light blue towards the left, that's the area that I'm going to be focusing on. And I also want to note too that I do have the luxury working at BGE of being focused on a singular political jurisdiction here in Maryland, but then also a single balancing authority within PJM. And so I can sympathize with the folks in Missouri who have to deal with multiple RTOs and then even other balancing authorities as well. So you certainly have your work cut out for you. And I often am reminded by my PHI affiliates about working only in a single political jurisdiction when, as you can see by the red and some of the orange there, they're working across multiple state jurisdictions. So a lot of interesting dynamics there. But ultimately what links all of this is PJM. And so before we jump to the next slide, one other point here to note, you'll see that we at BGE serve over 1 million electric customers and just over almost 700,000 gas customers here in the state of Maryland. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, and so what I'm going to do here in my presentation is a bit of a timeline and sort of show you where our journey has taken us, and then I might jump into some of the points that we've been talking about here thus far on the panel and sort of connect some of the dots, hopefully. And so I guess going back here, the BGE demand response programs, and I am going to be only focused on residential. BGE back in 10 plus years ago did offer commercial and industrial demand response services, but we no longer do that. We've ceased that over about 5 years ago or so. So we are solely focused on residential customers in our jurisdiction. And so our program really dates back to about 2008, where we rolled out a peak rewards program, and peak rewards does not have a space in between there. So that's, you just noticed that too, that's our way we call it. And so that peak rewards program has been quite successful since 2008. And you can see here that it initially started off with a one-way AC switches and thermostats. So the switches are devices that are installed directly on customers' HVAC units outside their house, and then also, or I should say, thermostats inside their homes. And since then, we've steadily grown the program and have maintained an enrollment of over 300,000 customers. And so just to sort of put that in perspective, of the about 1 million or so customers, we have roughly 30% of our customers enrolled in this program, which is a high penetration, that we believe that sort of shows customers are engaged in our service territory in demand response. The program itself, Peak Rewards, customers can sign up for 50, 75, or 100% cycling. And then with that, we have a commensurate credit of $50, $75, or $100 per summer season. And so when we start to move forward in time, the 2013, between 2013 and 2016, we began the deployment of our advanced metering infrastructure, and really that obviously sets us up where we are today. And back in that time period, we created something called Energy Savings Days. Again, this is a brand for BGE, and any customer who has their AMI, which is a high percentage of our customers have AMI, they are eligible to earn a peak time rebate when we have our Energy Savings Days. And a peak time rebate is another way of describing a dynamic retail rate. And so as you can see here, when we've had these Energy Savings Days over the past, we get high participation rate. Roughly 75% of our customers earn a peak time rebate. And so maybe here I'm going to make a distinction that a customer, that the million or so customers who have AMI, by the retail tariff that's been approved by the Maryland Public Service Commission, they are by default eligible to earn a peak time rebate when we have an Energy Savings Days. In addition to that, of those million or so customers, roughly 300,000 of them have also signed up for the Peak Rewards program, which allows them to earn at least their credit that they've signed up for with their cycling program. And before I get to the next slide, I'm going to maybe be bold and state something that on behalf of all the other panelists, and really I hope to emphasize here, and that's the way that other panelists were discussing customers and their focus there. For BGE, the one thing that we've seen, and I'm going to speak on behalf of everyone else here, so is that customers are satisfied with these programs. Customer satisfaction scores tend to go up when we offer these types of programs to our customers. And I think that's really one of the benefits that we hope, at least I hope, comes across here, is that we think that customers like these options when they participate in get engaged. It just increases their satisfaction. And so giving customers that opportunity, we see as an overall benefit for our customers. And part of the reason why we continue to innovate and continue to be thinking about these demand response programs. And so if we could just jump to the next slide here. So okay, of course, moving forward in time, last year, not the most ideal time to deploy a new program, but nonetheless, we still went forward, and we're rolling out what is known across the industry as a bring your own device or bring your own thermostat, a BYOD or BYOT style program. And here we have branded it Connected Rewards. And actually, as Frank had put up on the screen before, BGE has partnered with Energy Hub. They're our aggregator. They're the third party who's working directly with the manufacturers of these devices that customers are bringing to the utility, and the customers are now coming to us and saying, hey, we have these, again, this is residential focused, we have these thermostats, what can we do with them? And so we are, we've deployed a new program called Connected Rewards. So far, we've gotten over 20,000 customers enrolled in the first year, which is certainly what we're on track to meet our targets on enrollment here. We are currently testing how this will work in the wholesale market, and of course, as our other panelists noted, we are having a Connected Rewards event today. It is hot here, the temperature's right, and sort of what I think was also alluded to is that part of the Connected Rewards program is that there is this hope that it's less intrusive because of the way these newer thermostats, when you look at the thermostat on a page ago, that's certainly not perhaps what folks are buying in the retailers today and putting in their homes. And so the new thermostats have a lot more capability, and that capability is very focused on customer comfort. And again, going back to customer satisfaction. So that's again, another opportunity to innovate here to bring demand response to customers, and something that, of course, BG customer satisfaction is important for us. So this program, Connected Rewards, is still in its infancy, relatively speaking, compared to the Peak Rewards program, but it continues to grow and thus far has continued to show high satisfaction after the first year from the customers who have been participating. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So this slide here sort of attempts to bring together, I think, some of the points that were discussed before. And again, from BGE's perspective, we've been participating in PJM really since the beginning of when PJM implemented the reliability pricing model, their solution to resource adequacy at least cost. And so we have been aggregating our program, our residential customers, the 300,000 Peak Rewards customers, and at times nearly 700,000 what we call behavioral only customers. So those are the customers who don't have a Peak Rewards device. We aggregate that capability and participate in PJM's organized wholesale markets. And you can see here that we do participate in the capacity auction, and we do also settle energy when we have events. So that one statement, I think, is attempting to sort of characterize how Frank described that capacity and the economic sort of comparison here, is that We're there when PJM needs us for reliability purposes, and then we also can settle in the energy market when we activate those programs voluntarily on baseline economics on our own decision, or when PJM also has an event. The next part here, and this is something again that's evolved over time in PJM. PJM has a product called price responsive demand. BGE was one of the first, along with our PHI Maryland utilities, to offer price responsive demand in PJM. This was 2020, 2021. So last summer was the first year we had the obligation for price responsive demand. It's still fairly new in the world of demand response or load management products. And you can see here for the current delivery year we are in, BGE has a 240 megawatt obligation to PJM through the price responsive demand offer. And so, really when Frank commented on the number of megawatts of residential, that gives you a sense here, that BGE is aggregating those hundreds of thousands of customers, and we have a real position within PJM, and we are, I think, providing that value to PJM's resource adequacy. And the last point here, just to a little bit of more detail on price responsive demand, is that price responsive demand requires AMI, it requires supervisory control, and it requires dynamic retail rates. So the way that we so over time with our AMI and our dynamic retail rate tariff that we've had in place, we are able to meet the requirements there for price responsive demand as an option. This really is, I think, my last slide. So certainly save time for questions. And again, I hope to be able to, on this panel, bring the perspective of an aggregator who is solely focused on residential. The other panelists in Maryland, they certainly have the option to offer to residential customers. There's nothing that prohibits that, but I think that currently the other panelists serve the need of our commercial and industrial customers who I do know participate. And sort of Ken mentioned too that part of my team, and actually Allison had the flow chart that she had put up before was very good, because it does help answer the question of one of the roles that my team plays, and that my team works with the C-Powers or Voltuses in Maryland. And not only are we checking to make sure that our customers haven't been registered with another curtailment service provider, but we are also providing customer-specific data, some of the very the meter data and the PLC values they're participating in the capacity auction. And so we do perform that check of providing, ensuring that we're providing that accurate data to other CSPs. So that's our function as the EDC, not only as a curtailment service provider. But happy to answer any other questions as well. So thanks for the opportunity.
Great, thank you very much. I wanted to follow up on something you said. You mentioned your focus on residential, ceasing the CNI. Maybe you said 5 years ago. What led to that decision?
So I think it really was a matter of that there's the competition, the other options are there. We weren't, our focus was not, the need to serve those customers was being met by other parties, and it wasn't something that we wanted to continue to be in the business of. We felt that it was better for others to take on those relationships with commercial industrial customers and offer those services.
Sure, thank you. Have a question?
Hi, David, this is Kim Burton from the Public Service Commission. I know you had mentioned in a prior conversation that the Maryland Public Service Commission actually licenses aggregators for the curtailment programs. Can you describe that a little bit, and what the type of supervision or role or insight, and what type of information is shared for the review by the Public Service Commission in Maryland, and what type of challenges or problems they might have had about bad actors?
Sure. And so I know I think Ken actually may have mentioned this. I wasn't sure if it was in some of his maybe appendix material. It's my understanding that Maryland is one of the few states within PJM that does require curtailment service providers to register with the Maryland Public Service Commission, very similar to how retail electric suppliers have to register with the Maryland PSC. And it's, I can't speak to the actual, if there's an administrative fee that is charged. However, I can note that it's been fairly straightforward when it comes to curtailment service providers. I haven't heard of any particular controversies or issues when it comes to CSPs providing this service. I can't even think of, I know Ken mentioned this too, is I'm not even aware of, even through my team, that I would have probably heard about this, at least anecdotally, of situations where there are a dispute. In other words, where a customer has inadvertently begun to register with two curtailment service providers. And if that were to happen, the EDC, in our team's role as the EDC in reviewing that, we would be there to say, no, timeout. This is there's duplicative registrations, and so there's a process in place with PJM to say that the registration would sort of time out at that point. But essentially, I think the way that I would characterize the process that the PSC has set up is that it seems to me to be more about registering with the state to be performing this business function. There's not a it's my understanding that there's not a review of the rates or even perhaps some of the details in the contract that would be used by the CSP for their services. So it's not a rate-based sort of review by the PSC. It's more about sort of that a business license almost to serve the as a CSP. Okay, yeah, I see someone in the notes that it's a couple $100 for the aggregator in Maryland. So it's, I think it adds another level of check, I think, for the state, but also the EDC's function still is there to ensure that there aren't customers getting registered with multiple CSPs, and also being able to provide accurate data.
And just to follow up on that, like Ken said, Voltus has the same position as C-Power as if, the state wanted to have demand response providers register with the state so that, we're here, that's totally fine. It's up to you guys how you use your resources. But we do think that competition is really the best consumer protection that there is.
We got time for one more question?
Hi, David. Jeff Mark, Missouri Office of Public Counsel. Actually, I've got two quick questions. It sounds like BG&E has 4 demand response programs, if I've gathered that correctly, 2 thermostat programs and 2 time of use programs. Is that correct?
It's really just one time of use, 2 thermostat programs and 1 time of use.
What is your participation rate on your time of use?
The participation rate, so for customers who we've seen upwards of 75% on average over the years for customers who are earning a peak time rebate, which would mean that they are reducing load below their baseline when we have a energy savings day. So high participation rates. Yep.
Do you have a sense of how much the average savings for a customer might be for something like that, for participating?
Yes, and so just bear in mind that the rate is $1.50 per kWh. Don't quote me on that. Maybe $1.25. I'm forgetting at the moment. And so it's in the range of under $10. It's in the single, maybe $4, $5, $6. It does vary. It has varied, I should say, over the years. And that is a function, I would to just note that of a lot of marketing and education that BGE has done over the years. I know the folks who helped me put together some of these slides, they sent me pictures. We, of course, love our Baltimore Orioles here, and we've actually partnered with them that when we have an energy savings day, and if there's an Orioles game going on, we will, we have bought ad time to announce that, but we also announce that we're having energy savings day across all sorts of media channels, and so that participation is a function of educating our customers over the last few years.
Last question, David. Just could you give us a sense of how many events your thermostat program is called in a year on average?
It's maybe about 2, and that's again, we are since we have an obligation to PJM in the capacity auction, it is a function of whether or not PJM is going to have an emergency in the BGE zone. But we do also have what we sort of call economic events. And so it runs in about the 2-ish on average per year. And just one minor sort of caveat to that, and I know I think another panelist somewhere mentioned this, is that we also have the capability to have very local events down at the distribution substation level. So we do have that opportunity when we are having very localized distribution needs. We do have those events, and that's sort of separate than the 2, and those happen not very often, but those can happen as well.
But effectively, you're calling those events for emergency curtailment?
Yeah, yes. We've had them for emergency curtailment, but also for economic, sort of our choice, voluntary economic decisions.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, since I've already let this kind of run over a little bit, I'd like to thank all the panelists and
Thank you.
Before we get started with the next group, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. Please be back by 2 o'clock. Thanks.
Hi, Kim. Can I do a mic check real quick?
If we could start moving towards our seats, please. All right, we are ready for our next session, which is lessons learned transitioning from DR aggregation to DER aggregation. Our moderator for this panel is Ms. Kim Burton. She is the Chief of Staff and Legal Advisor for Chairman Ryan Silby.
Thank you, Jim. It's a little bit quieter now. I will say thank you for sticking around if you're here in person, and definitely thank you if you're sticking around via WebEx. I will be up here, so if you do have questions in the WebEx, please make sure and send them in the chat to Jay Lubert so that he can pay attention to that and we can make sure that it's addressed. We've already heard a lot of really great talk and issues concerning DR, demand response, but as we all know, 2222 goes beyond just demand response, and we're going to be looking at DERA. And so this panel is an opportunity for us to get some insight from utilities that have experience, not just with DR, but also with distributed energy resources and participating in various RTOs. And the first one that we have up right now is Peter Milberg from Ameren, Illinois.
Thank you, Kim. My appreciation to the commission and the staff for inviting me down. Let's go ahead and go to the first slide, please. Yeah, I just going to provide a few comments with regard to Ameren, Illinois' experience operating with aggregation programs. We are different than Ameren, Missouri. We are in a restructured state. We've been restructured since the late 1990s. Can you go ahead to the next slide, please? Yeah, we'll skip to the next one, please. So we are a combination utility, electric and gas. About 1.2 million customers on the electric, 800,000 on gas. We implemented gas choice back in the 80s, electric choice in the 90s. As you can see, the bulk of our customers and the bulk of our electric load is served by third parties. And again, we've been doing this for 25 years, so hopefully that level of penetration shouldn't, shock anyone. We don't own generation. We source everything from the MISO market, so we have an interest on both ends of this aggregation issue. We are both someone that has, has the customers, retail customers, the meter data that'll, likely be used, but then we're also buying the products and services. So we care about things like, can they deliver and auditability and things like that, and what role we play in helping provide that. We have standard interconnection rules and net metering rules that were first implemented in 2008. We're running close to 6,000 generator interconnections by now. Most of that started out in 2015 or after 2015 when the state kicked in some incentive programs, very generous programs with regard to renewable energy. And then finally, we also, in Illinois, they mandated as part of the smart grid deployment, smart meter deployment, that utilities implement residential demand response programs. Ours is called peak time rewards. It's, we currently have 135,000 customers enrolled. There's about 16 megawatts of demand during the summer associated with those customers. And I'll touch on that in a little bit, but I'll give you a preview now. This gets into one of the issues that, to be aware of and walk lightly on. And that is, the idea that, that people have to police customer choices in some way, or make the right choices for them, or ensure they make the right choices for them. There's absolutely no downside to residential customers participating in this program. No cost, no downside. We have 1 million residential customers and 135,000 participate in this program. Why others don't, I don't know. It's just what we do care. We've been trying to figure out how to boost that. But customers make decisions for whatever motivations they have. So one of the key things that the commissions and utilities have to remember to get this right is customers don't always act what we think is rationally. Just keep that in mind as you look at rolling out program rules and how to regulate it. So next slide, please. Our applicable experience, like I said, you've seen how long we've been involved in choice and helping implement customer choice. The use of portals, and you'll be hopefully not surprised, but you'll see a lot of overlap between our experience and what the aggregators have talked about. The use of portals is key. And portals is just a fancy word for how aggregators and third parties get into our system to register customers. We've got a portal for electric and gas choice. There's over 40 entities operating in both the gas and electric space that go through our choice portals. We use EDI as the underlying technology for that. We have a government portal that enables us to help implement a program that the state mandates that allows local governmental entities to aggregate all their customers, residential customers and small non-residential customers, into a buying pool. We've got 391 communities who use that portal for that. That portal is also used by them, by the way, for things like validating addresses for purposes of municipal tax collection. We put the responsibility on them to maintain that. We give them access through the portal, but it's on them to maintain that information. So again, it gives you an idea what portals can do. And then finally, we have a renewables portal that allows us to support the issuance of rebates for customers that use smart inverters to interconnect their distributed generation to our system. And that's been active since February 2019, paid out over $32 million in rebates and about 5,000 rebates to date. So next slide, please. Like I said, the use of portals is key to managing aggregation program. And I was pleased to hear, again, the consistency from some of the aggregators. To implement a portal, you have to give permission to an entity to come into your digital system. So when we're talking about residential, or we're talking about electric and gas choice, we know who those parties are. They are currently certified by the state. They have to be certified to perform that role in Illinois. So when we look at the distributed generation, we know who they are because they have to apply to us for interconnection. So we know who these entities are. With regard to aggregators, something either at the MISO level or the state level is going to be helpful to us so that we know that if Voltus comes to us and says, hey, we want to, we're an aggregator, we can go look somewhere and, somewhere with authority and say, oh yeah, they are. And so we can then set them up in the portal. Portals will also prevent and address the issue of duplicative enrollments or double counting. Again, if you set up the logic at the time of enrollment, if, again, an aggregator comes in and say they want to do demand response, they enter the customer's name, meter number, account number, whatever in the portal, and we see that customer's already enrolled for another demand response program. Establish rules at the state level in terms of who wins. Is it the first one in or the second one in that prevails? In Illinois, it works both ways. On the electric choice, it's the first one in during a switching period. For the demand response programs, on the residential side, right now we've got the only one, but should there be an ARC come in that aggregates residential customers, rules is the second one in wins. And that's because it's presumed that represents the customer's current choice. The answer to which one is preferable is yes, okay? But you just need to have that set up. You need to have it established at the state level so everyone knows what the rules are. And again, once we know what the rules are and tariffs are in place to support those rules, you can then use the portal to help provide that discipline and that consistency that's needed to help make these programs work. One of the key themes that you'll hear when you talk to Ameren, Illinois about our role in this, we don't want to police the relationship between MISO and the aggregators. We don't want to police the relationship between the aggregators and our customers, okay? So we use things like checkboxes in portals to make parties that are using them affirmatively confirm that they are complying with state law, tariffs, whatever it might be. So again, it's in our position, and we've got, again, 25 years of tariffs, 25 years, some fraud laws, et cetera, that support the idea that, this is, we have a role, but our role is not to act as the cop and all this stuff. We don't know what's best for the aggregators. We don't know what's best for our customers. So, if an aggregator doesn't get the required permission that they should have gotten from a customer, They're going to have to deal with the ICC or the Attorney General. You know, it's not our role to come in and police that. So the next couple of slides just show you what a portal looks like. This is for our renewables portal. This is what we use to issue rebates. Go to the next slide, please. This is like the registration page. Once we know who it is that we should be allowing to use this, enter the key information in here, and then they can set up whomever else in their organization to use this portal. They can have 5 people be administrators here. This is how we set it up. And if you think of the programs we're talking about, this would be something where if the aggregator needs next day information on usage the previous day, they click a box for whatever program it is that supports that, and we know that we need to feed them, and MISO, depending on what the rules get set up, how the rules are set up, that we need to send them information the next day on an interval basis for the customers that they choose. So that helps us, again, from a programming perspective, identify what data do we need to feed and how often do we need. Next slide, please. How do they register subscribers? Again, go to the next slide. See the bottom there? Those are those check boxes I talked about. Very fine print. The first one says they got a piece of paper in writing from the customers saying they could be switched to net metering. Bottom one says, oh, I also have permission from the customer to get reports on how much generation I'm sending to them. But again, this is where, depending on what the tariffs say and how the program rules get set up, this is where they enter the customer information. Again, if it's like for that program that requires hourly data the next day, this would be set up to reflect that. Next slide, please. Next one. And then reports. A portal, once you set this up, there's information that entities are going to want. For this renewables program, for example, we have reports set up, feed information, not just to the entity that is setting up the community solar generation, but then also to the state agency that administers the program related to incentives for these customers. So again, that's one way that you can help provide oversight or give the information to the entity that's providing oversight that they need. Next slide. I don't know that I'm going to have time to go over all my slides. That's why you've got them in electronic form. Access them later. First couple here are the key things I wanted to touch on. We've been doing this for 25 plus years, right? And I joke, it's like this bump was from implementing choice. This was from that aggregation thing. It takes a while to develop the culture. It does take a while to develop the systems. You got to develop tariffs. You got to make sure that from a state level, you're set up to support whatever it is you're trying to support with regard to choice. So just know that this isn't something you can just slam in overnight. One of the other things, and we've been stressing this continually, don't view vertically integrated states and restructured states like us the same. Don't view states that have AMI and those states that don't have AMI the same. MISO needs to set this up to where it can allow aggregation in both states, both structures, but it also needs to allow for different requirements depending on your facilities. For example, we have AMI. Why use profiles in a state where you've got AMI? We have hourly data for every one of our customers, 15-minute data, actually. So we've got that already. So why use profiles for a state like Illinois? And we're better positioned just because we've got the existing systems, organizational structure, culture, tariffs, experience. And I already talked about the last one. Next slide, please. All right. One of the key themes is this is doable, okay? But there's a lot of things that have to be done, but it's doable. And I think I left off capacity there in terms of what aggregators will sell. But our understanding is, MISO's not, FERC isn't mandating the creation of a new product and service. So we know what this is going to be, right? So we don't have to worry about, what's this new thing? How is it measured? That sort of thing. The respective roles still have to be defined. Heard this afternoon, MISO and the other RTOs are still working through this, and there's a lot that we can't do until they get those roles defined. So that's going to be key too, is, let's get some definition at that level and it'll help all of us. We believe, based on what we know, that the local distribution company, entities like Ameren, Illinois, our primary role is going to be providing data from our meters. So if that's the case, then we figure out how to provide that to MISO, to the aggregators in the time needed. There are some scenarios I've heard that suggest that we'll also collect data from non-utility facilities or pieces of equipment. That's really fun to bring up to your digital folks, get the cyber folks' head to spin when you start talking about that. For obvious reasons, cyber is key on this. And so that's, again, one of the reasons for the portal. We need to know who's in there, what routes are being taken in and out of our company, out of our systems. So that's something that's going to have to be worked through with regard to they want us to play that role. Again, that next bullet point is just the theme I've already talked about. We don't want to police the relationship between aggregators and MISO. Allison works for a company that was the first ARC we had on territory. It was a learning process for us, but the role we play in that is they submit a list of customers and capacity associated with those customers to MISO. MISO sends it to us and says, hey, Voltus has a megawatt of capacity they say this customer is going to provide. Your system and verify whether in the past 12 months they've hit at least a megawatt of load. That's all we do. Don't we say no? Changes needed. Voltus and MISO work that out. I think now they're wanting to expand it to 36 months instead of 12 months. That's the extent of our role. Just verify information we have in our system. There's something that needs to be straightened out. MISO and Voltus work that out. That's the role we want to see with the rest of this aggregation. We do not. Talked about this already. Again, it would be very helpful if there was someone, whether it's MISO or the state commission, that would be able to tell us this is a trusted entity. They are certified to participate in this market. Slide. All right, we're utility. Cost recovery is going to be key. Even for us, we've got systems we're going to have to develop. How do you recover the cost, both from the participating customers as well as the non-participating customers? Data streams. Things like frequency regulation, that requires real-time data. We don't have the metering set up for that. So if we're going to need to provide that, how do we set that up? How do we allocate cost? How do we make sure that data stream flows like it's going to, and then make sure that cost recovery is appropriate? DERMS is another thing that's going to be key. DERMS is Distributed Energy Resource Management System. We're going to need it just simply because of the proliferation of distributed generation on our system. And that's like basic DERMS, like your basic DERMS package. Knowing what's out there, being able to manage your distribution system, understanding you've got all that generation out there. In order to support aggregation, we're going to have to develop what we call DERMS plus optimization. Okay. The other thing we're going to have to develop is a skill set to actually manage our distribution system that way. We don't do that. We don't have generation, remember? So this whole idea of seeing how generation affects your system, this time it's at the distribution circuit level, that's a totally new skill set. We don't have that. We're going to have to develop the skill set. We're going to have to develop the system, time and money, and how do we make sure that cost recovery is and I've hit that point all times now, so we can go to the next slide. And this is something, again, I've heard it touched on today about what new tariffs or rules or legislation is going to be required. And again, it's going to have to just be aware of it and make sure that however you want to operate, you have the tariffs in place to support that process. Again, the preferred model is we don't want to be the police on that. And at last point, utilities by nature are very protective customers, which understand when you look at the service we provide. There are every second of every minute, every hour of every day providing electric or gas service to customers. Know how they use it. Calls during outages. We know that people have life support equipment. what's going on. So it's a hard thing to learn to let go. And we have the benefit of 25 years of that. I remember when choice hit in Illinois, and I remember our perspective on customers know right thing is, will they be taken advantage? And those fears, founded. Okay, the commission's in place, the attorney general's in place. If there are bad actors, I'll say there are very few bad actors in the Illinois retail electric market because of the protections in place. So I don't want to make light of it, and I don't want to make it seem any less important, but we're talking about billing here, okay? You can always fix billing errors. I've had some field operations responsibilities, some roles in the field. There's a difference between a billing error and a safety error. So you can always fix billing. So next slide, please. Talked about this already, and the whole idea of double counting, it does need to be addressed, and not double counting per se, double registration for the same product or service. Again, from our perspective, if a customer can monetize their equipment, their investment, in a way that's appropriate, that the compensation we pay for that service reflects the value provided, it's a good thing. Customers get more money in their pockets. They can spend more on things. It's the economy in our service territory. So you got to set it up right and make sure that those components are there, that whatever you're buying reflects the actual value, and that there isn't double registration for the same facility for the same service. But again, you also have to be cognizant that you can sell the same capacity or the same equipment in markets, and that's okay and a good. I talked about electric choice and demand response. And again, it's, all right. And again, just the idea that the commission and the commission staff are going to have some work to do to set up tariffs to be able to support it, but also put the right guardrails in place. Next slide, please. Oh, you're giving me way more time. So one of the issues that keeps popping up is there's talk about interconnection rules and what role MISO might need to have in that. Our perspective is that's a generator interconnection or DER interconnection, batteries, that sort of thing. That's a physical process. That has to deal with physical operation of the distribution system. You start modifying that process for different programs, mess it up. And we've had that experience in Illinois where we've had a state agency offering incentives, been public about this, and they required the interconnection agreement to be signed before a customer could apply for incentives. The customer doesn't know that they're going to be able to cash flow their generator interconnection until they know if they're going to get incentives. Normally, the signing of an interconnection agreement is the go point. You start spending money and the customer starts their construction activities. But because this agency ignored that, we've had a lot of issues and a lot of confusion in Illinois because they didn't understand that aspect of it. So the perspective from Illinois is don't mess with it. ISO shouldn't mess with it. The RTO shouldn't mess with it. States should just keep operating it like it's intended, which is the physical interconnection process and not something to support a program. Already talked about how to get data to MISO and the aggregators, and something like frequency regulation is going to require something more than a meter. And again, on interconnection costs, again, the entity that's doing the interconnection is responsible for the costs for that facility, for those facilities. So next slide, please. Okay, this next one gets into questions that need to be addressed, and that is, if MISO's economically dispatching assets, whatever they might be, will that affect the reliability of our distribution system? And that gets into the DERMS plus optimization tool that we talked about before. If you have some sort of program where MISO's sending signals to turn things on or off, you start seeing fluctuations on our distribution system, we're going to need to know that's because they're participating in this program. We're going to need to make sure that our relays and everything else are set and regulators are set to support that. Okay, it's not a small challenge. It's not a small issue, but that's something that we're going to need to find. I'd already talked about the cyber concerns. Just again, when you start talking about getting anything from an external source into a utility system, as you're very well aware, that's serious, and that serious consequences. So that needs to be thought through in terms of what data is going to be expected, that the utility is going to be expected to gather and provide. And the final point on there is, if you're getting data from a utility meter, you know that it meets certain standards, you know that it's periodically tested, placed, etc. If it's something like an inverter meter, and right now, MRETs, GATS, entities that create renewable energy credits accept inverter meter data for the creation of RECs. Don't do periodics on inverter meters. They might come out of the box meeting ANSI standards, but how do you know over time that they meet ANSI standards? So as a consumer of these products, we're going to want to make sure that whatever is being reported from the customer's equipment or some other entity's equipment does meet certain standards of rigor and reliability, the same standards that we're held to accuracy. I think that might be my last slide. Yeah, that's it. So
I want to ask a question that kind of goes off of your last question, and you mentioned a couple of times portal security and utilities, the EDCs don't want to police. But when it comes to ensuring the cyber and the security of the levels and the ANSI standards, if you're having the aggregators connect to your meters, is it your role to police that? Is it perhaps a commission's regulations or tariffs? Or normally, you would think if it's a transmission, that would be information shared with an RTO.
We are always going to have the responsibility for ensuring cyber on our systems. And we had this come up in one of the first inverter compensation dockets in Illinois, where some of the parties wanted to be able to provide the communication device that's on the inverter that would send information to our system. That's all fine and good, but at that point where that data gets into our system, that's our responsibility and our standards. So with regard to things like the metering, and again, it depends on what's needed. With AMI, we run nightly validations of meter data. So as long as the data isn't needed until the next day, there's no reason to get a fee off our meter because we'll provide it for free through the portal. But if you're talking about something like frequency regulation, and if you're going to want our data, then you'll still need to go through some sort of portal, still have to go through our system somehow if it's our equipment for providing that telemetry and what have you. And I don't know enough about the technology associated with that to fully explain it, but that may be something where maybe that's fed directly to MISO or something like that, because we already have secure ties, and it's also made available to the aggregator on a beat-out basis, something like that. But ultimately, we view cyber on our systems as our responsibility. All the assurances from third parties saying, oh yeah, we're good on cyber, and we're going to say, that's nice, but we don't care. We have to be very, very good on cyber in our system.
Thank you. We'll check and see if there's any questions from the chat. You've mentioned portals quite a bit, and I know the Illinois Commission had the docket concerning the green button. Can you describe that and what that process is? If we don't have that, would that be a first step that you would suggest?
I'm sorry, concerning what?
Green button?
Oh, green button.
And just describe it a little bit and state if you think this sort of plays into.
It does, but button has not worked out as envisioned. It is it's a cumbersome process, and I'm not sure there's been the level of usage that people envisioned for it. It does provide the anonymity of customer data, which I think was one of the big drivers, and it does provide a tool to get that data. But I'm not sure that the level of interest and use by third parties is actually developed. And again, I'm not directly involved in it, but I was involved in the initial stages of it being set up. So there's a difference and the Illinois Commission recognizes there were 4 data privacy dockets within the past decade. The Illinois Commission recognized the difference between the amount of data that a retail electric supplier should get and then everybody else. And it kind of fit into this green button. So that's why a res can go in through the res portal and get more detailed information on the customer. And Peter Milberg can go in through the aggregated anonymous process on the green button. You know, I have to get customer permission and check boxes and processes there. But the commission looks at the reses, and I think was a point raised by one of the aggregators, and say, okay, they're certified. They rely on our certification to do business in Illinois. So, and we know that they do need customer information to offer products and services. So if they're accessing customer information, that's because they got permission. If customers later find out they didn't, then the res is at risk of not being able to operate in Illinois. So again, I don't know green button well enough to give you the total answer on that, but that's how the Illinois Commission has approached that issue in those particular dockets.
Great. Any questions from those in the ballroom for Peter?
None from the Ameren people.
Hi, Peter. John Borgmeyer, and thank you for sharing your experience with us. You mentioned that you were around when Voltus came into your market and started operating there. And we heard some discussion today or recommendations about they're ready to begin operating. What rules would you recommend be in place for a state commission for that to kick off? You know, what rules should be in place at the state commission level before that takes place in a state?
One of the things that, and I touched on this before, for the state to be able to tell the utilities that it's okay for Voltus to this information. And it's also something where the state's going to need to establish, like I said, in tariffs. How do you do this when there's Voltus and there's actually 2 ARCs operating in our territory in the same market? I use Voltus's name by permission, by the way, so I'm not going to. But what happens if competing information? Does utility have, or competing enrollments? Does utility have any obligation related to that? That's strictly a MISO. The other thing is, like was talked about, as part of that, is there going to be a state certification to administer if someone does do something that's inappropriate? How's that going to be addressed? And that can run the range, by the way, of, you know, if you assume good intentions and just, you know, miscommunication, then, you know, is it an informal process first, mediated by commission staff, you know, customer and affected party, something like that. So in my mind, those are the 2 key things right off the bat. And again, the other thing is I remember when Voltus first came in, and my role is I'm in regulatory compliance, which means I help our coworkers implement tariffs correctly the first time, hopefully, and then address any ad hoc questions that come up. I remember when this came up, we got this request, and people are turning to say, what is this? Should we do this? And I'm sitting there going like, honestly, what the hell's an ARC? I mean, and I had to get educated on what ARC is, how MISO was going to interact with us. There were a lot of conversations between our group that works with MISO and us, just trying to, you know, I understand what is this? What do you expect of us? What shouldn't we do? It's kind of it, you know, part.
This is a 3-part question, but it's short, from the chat. And it is, what equipment upgrades were necessary, software upgrades were necessary, and were there any issues with equipment obsolescence?
The last question, no, because you always have to upgrade it. This is part of, as long as the program keeps operating, it's also the key. it's going to be an ongoing program, then we know, we have the confidence of making the investment, knowing we should get recovery because it's going to be there. So the software, digital tools, they're always being upgraded and nothing is cheap. Again, the learning experience of having first had gas and electric choice is setting the systems up to support that. Gas choice, I think, initially was done based on an Excel spreadsheet. Okay, there were that few customers involved, and the rules allowed you to do that. A lot of manual process. Then we get electric choice, and of that experience, and part of it was the state had learned, other states had learned. So we set these, and there's something called CPWG, and I think it's something protocols working. It's key players involved in that. The retail electric suppliers and utilities, they talk about like the standards for EDI. Okay, EDI 814 transaction will communicate. When a customer gets dropped, that'll be like an EDI 822 transaction, something like that. So getting everyone to agree on what the standards are, what's going to be communicated. Have the tariffs, but we also have a handbook, because there's umpteenth iteration or umpteenth things that can happen in different ways they want to approach it, in different ways they want to build it. So you set up the basics to support what you know you need to support at that time. With RESs, it was information that we had to flow back to them on a daily basis because there's settlements involved, and it's people even within utility don't appreciate all the work that goes in on a day in, day out basis to support just basic operations. So you get the basics identified. If you, preferably you do it in a collaborative environment, so that everyone knows this is what I need. So what can I expect? When can I expect it? And with regard to the latter question again, the obsolescence, that's also driven by, like I said, it doesn't happen simply because it's being used. You're going to prove it, and certain software manufacturers or suppliers no longer support version 2.0, and you're up 10, right? So you got to make some changes for that. There's other systems to where it ties in. You got, this feeds our billing system, and this feeds our settlement system. Oh, we're upgrading the settlement system, so we're going to have that. So it's a constant process, and if there are changes in tariff requirements or legislation, it's going to require new functionality or changes in some functionality. We're investing money in it for that too. So it's a permanent program. It's going to be there. And our experience is we like to automate that as much as possible. You set the rules up, you put them in the programming logic. Things are inevitably stuff that doesn't work like you think it should. You go back and like I said, it's billing, you fix it. Okay. That is one of the challenges, like I said, though, on DERMS. DERMS is reliability of electric service. That's critical, absolutely critical. So we got to get that DERMS right. We got to get some program, the RTO is going to be operating that affects that in some way. We got to get that right. So let's make sure we know programming logic, what we can see, who's going to be affected, if it's someone shedding load, if it's someone bring generation on or drop generation off, or if they're moving load from, hey, we're going to curtail operations at this retail store for the next 15 minutes, and after that, it's going to go to this other retail store in the chain. Just being able to know that ahead of time, and it will help you design the system, ensure service. That for a 5-minute answer to the second question.
Thank you, Peter. Unfortunately, because of our earlier technical difficulties, we ran over time, and Susan Morris-Schrader, unfortunately from Exelon Utilities, is unable to join us today. She had a prior commitment at this time. So I do want to say thank you, though, to Susan, because Susan really did have some great insight and conversations with us. And she also said, I can understand a lot of this, and I understand we might be a little bit further ahead in the utilities that we deal with in Exelon than where Missouri is. But if you really want to know what's going on, I've got the right guy for you. And fortunately, Baja Siri from Con Edison was willing to talk to us today. I think we've already heard earlier today a lot of the different speakers saying, if you really want to see what's coming and want to look for guidance, the best thing to do is look for California and New York and see what's going on in the New York ISO, see what's happening with those utilities. And so we have Baja on. He's the project manager at Con Edison's Energy Markets Policy Group. And Baja has a presentation, but Baja also said, if you really want to know some of the technical stuff concerning standards, telemetry for operations, DERMS, I've got the guy for you. And his name is John Romano, who's also at Con Edison. And John is spearheading the work by Con Edison in New York on their IEEE 1547-2018 smart inverters adoptions, their compliance with 2222, and their DERM system. So I would like to turn it over to them, and thank you for being so patient with us, guys. Okay, they're currently unmuted. Gentlemen, are you there?
Yep, this is John Romano. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I think Baha was going to take the first part. Not sure if he's unmuted as well.
John, it looks like Baja.
Leave a message. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
Baja, we're really looking forward to your presentation. See if John can take over.
Yes, I can try to pinch it until he connects. That's for sure. So I guess I kick off. Thank you for the introduction. So Baha and myself, we were going to present on where New York stands with FERC Order 2222. Baha's more on the policy end. He's part of the NISO and PJM traditional working groups. I represent us more on the Joint Utilities of New York, which is a collection of the 6 investor-owned utilities and several working groups around clean energy integration. And one of those working groups is working with the NISO to try to prepare for their go-live. I might control the deck here. Oh, there we go. So quick update on where the NISO stands. So the NISO previously had a FERC-approved aggregation model. So after FERC Order 841, the NISO developed a roadmap for energy storage resource adoption, dual participation rule changes, and an aggregation model that predated FERC Order 2222. So the NISO is a bit ahead of everybody. They're planning to make their compliance filings still on July 19th. They did not ask for an extension on that. And the current plan is the aggregation model is going to go live by the end of 2022. Next slide, please.
John, just let us know when to
Yep. Yeah, I can do that, sure. So just here's some more details of what I already explained. What's not seen here, the FERC Order 841, the energy storage model went live in September of 2020. Before that, the NISO made a change to the dual participation rules. That was in May 2020. A very simple change, but powerful, basically eliminating the exclusion of dual participating resources from the market. To date, we haven't seen very many large energy storage resources in the market that are directly participating. There are a few in the queue kind of working through some last minute issues, and we expect them to arrive any minute. And most of our focus these days is now shifted towards the aggregation model in FERC Order 2222. Next slide, please. So understanding the hierarchy here is really important, and we've done a lot of work with the NYSO to iron out what the data exchanges are going to be. What do we even call things? The amount of information that needs to be exchanged between the ISO and the utilities is going to increase. So what you see here is basically the hierarchy of how it's going to work out. One of the things we noticed early on was what's the differentiation between a facility and a service delivery point versus an individual resource that might be behind that service delivery point. The different utilities track those in different ways. The metering is important. So we worked out a system of uniquely identifying the individual resources so that we're all calling things by the same name and modeling them in the same way. And those individual resources will map up to a facility and then to an aggregation. One of the early items of discussion with the NYSO going back a few years was the telemetry requirements. And that the NYSO felt that there should be no relaxing of their round trip and frequency requirements. So for traditional generators, they require a 6-second base point telemetry with a 20-second round trip efficiency. And early on, it was decided that whatever solutions we come up with for the aggregations must also meet that same level of telemetry. And next slide, please. So FERC Order 2222, I think, did borrow some elements of the NYSO's aggregation model. We don't expect the NYSO's compliance filing to have very many changes. I think it will be at a high level. One of the things is aggregation size that the NYSO was already planning to incorporate of 100 kW and up as the minimum offer floor. One change between what the NYSO was planning and FERC Order 2222, which we still have to sort of work out, is a single resource aggregation. That was not part of the NYSO's original plan. They had planned individual resources must be a directly participating market participant, and they were not going to allow single resources. Now FERC Order 2222 specifically calls that out. So we need to figure out how that's going to actually be implemented. So lowering the threshold to 100 kW hopefully opens the door for a lot of aggregations to be able to hit that mark. Next slide, please. Another important distinction here we got out of the way early on, and I think some of the other slides touch on it, is what does the NYSO registration and enrollment mean? And what it's certainly not going to be is a duplication or an enhancement of our interconnection processes. So any DER that's distribution connected and goes through the New York Standard Interconnection Request, the SIR, for resources less than 5 megawatts, those interconnections will be honored. There's no need for the NYSO to perform an additional interconnection study. So the NYSO will basically accept that that resource is interconnected and able to produce at whatever the utilities reviewed. And then from the NYSO standpoint, they're looking at aggregations in totality. This is another important distinction when you're trying to develop the detailed implementation plans. From the ISO level, their primary concern is in aggregate. Not sure if these slides have our pricing nodes, but the NYSO is going to implement sub-zonal pricing called a transmission or a T node. So for the sake of the market, for the sake of bulk power and transmission system modeling, it's the aggregation at that T node is really where they care about. Whereas for the utility on the distribution side, it's the individual resource and the individual circuit location that is really critical for the utilities to understand and to model. Next slide, please. And dual participation is obviously a hot topic across the industry with FERC Order 2222. Anyone that's been part of several working groups, I know EPRI did some work in this area. And in my personal opinion, if you survey 10 people what their thoughts are, you probably get 10 different answers on what dual participation looks like. We know we've got to allow it, and we've got to have the systems in place. Part of this effort of FERC Order 2222 is to allow the aggregators and the DER owners the ability to optimize their resources and seek the most economic benefits for them, and in turn will be the most economic benefits for all of our customers. But we have to do so in a way that makes sense and make sure that we're not being duplicative in nature. And I'll get into that in a little bit more detail, at least New York's line of thinking, in a few slides. And then, capacity market, energy market, ancillary services market, those are a little complicated when you think about dual participation and what's duplicative and not. Comparing the services on the wholesale side to services on the retail side, and specifically different retail rates that might compensate for energy and capacity differently. We've got a value of DER meter retail tariff for our larger DERs, and understanding, kind of deconstructing those value streams to see what is duplicative and what makes sense is all part of preparing for dual participation on a large scale. Next slide, please. So the aggregations, and I touched on this already with the transmission nodes. So the FERC order is a little loose on the bounds of what should be, I guess, how geographically or electrically large a subzonal price should be. In the NISO's model, where it differs from California, I believe, is the NISO is only going to allow resources and aggregations to map up to one discrete node. There will not be multiple nodes allowed, like in California, where you might map up to multiple nodes and there's some ratio that is allocated to each. We're only going to map up to one node, but it's up to each ISO state utility to decide where does that pricing node make sense. And I guess different schools of thought here as well, what is appropriate and what's not. I can tell you one utility in New York thinks there should only be one for all of their utilities and everybody should map up to that one. Another utility thinks the right answer is something like 100 to get the most granular pricing to reflect constraints that you can. So certainly a balancing act here, because we do want to be granular enough where you are reflecting constraints where they exist, so you're appropriately pricing. You are mapping those aggregations and DERs up to a point on the transmission and distribution interface where it makes sense electrically for modeling and representing those aggregations. But you also want to have them large enough so that the aggregators can form sufficient enough aggregations, not only to hit the 100 kW threshold, maybe on day one, but going forward, larger portfolios to really make a difference. And just on the NISO front, so that information is not quite finalized yet, but the plan is to make that information publicly available a year ahead of the go-live date, so the aggregators and the industry have an idea of what they're facing when they have to form an aggregation, and also what the pricing might look like. Next slide, please. Utility coordination obviously is a big part of FERC Order 2222. The FERC order does have some strong language about what should be considered, such as distribution overrides and who should have the last say. But I would just say there's a lot of different scenarios that can come up. And this is both the behavior of the DERs and coordination between transmission and distribution that we haven't seen in practice yet. So I think there's probably going to be some learning here when it comes to operational coordination. But what's important that we get right before the market goes live, and as we revise the tariffs and the manuals for the NISO, that we do have some rule sets in place so that when we do go live and we start to operate, the operators know sort of who gets priority and how to handle certain situations. Next slide, please. And cost recovery. I've heard a few speakers today already touch on this. Not sure that in New York we've got a firm answer on cost recovery yet. As the prior few speakers spoke to, there's a lot that goes into it, and we're still trying to figure it out. You've got technology that's definitely specific to the market, things like a portal, but then you've got distribution technology that is certainly necessitated by FERC Order 2222, but also has reliability benefits, things such as ADMS systems, DERMS, GIS, AMI. So a lot of work to be done there, working with state regulators to understand what's appropriate as utility investment in rate cases, what might be appropriate as needed for this new market model. Next slide, please. All right, and now just a deeper dive on implementation. So I broke some of the implementation issues that we're working on into sort of 5 topical areas. A lot of this we've already heard from the speakers today. These issues are common to the industry, and I don't necessarily think that New York has more answers than maybe some of the other RTOs. As we peel the onion back across the industry, these are complex problems, and it keeps getting more and more details that need to be worked out. What I will say about New York, with their go live at the end of 2022, we're in a position where our saying is we have to build the car while we're driving it. So while we are dissecting these issues and working them out in details, we're also simultaneously crafting the business requirements in order to implement in such a short time horizon, which, for industry and utility folks, that's not always our bread and butter. So something we're actively working on, and we're working with the NYSO to craft what the detailed business requirements might be. So in these 5 areas, start with registration and interconnection. Like some of the speakers spoke before, the portal is absolutely essential. Some of the utilities in New York already have demand response portals similar to what Ameren showed. Hopefully we can leverage that. New York State this year passed 2 orders around public data. One is the Data Access Framework Order, and the other is IEDR Order, is the acronym that I can't remember off the top of my head what it stands for. But those 2 orders should advance the availability of information even further, and we have to make sure that our portals are in compliance with those new orders. One of the things that we're working through with the NYSO when we think about registration and interconnection, like I said before, the intent of the utility should not be to replicate interconnection or to get a second bite at the apple to maybe impose limitations or reinforce the system. That's not what we need to be doing. The role of enrollment ideally should be looking at the potential use case changes from what these DERs are studied. Like some of the speakers mentioned before, being in a wholesale market represents a different DER behavior that we don't necessarily study today. You can think of ancillary services like frequency regulation, or something like operating reserves, where you might have many dispatchable resources all acting in coordination across different circuits. That's not something that we typically study today. There's no diversification when that happens. So that's really where the focus of any sort of utility review should be when it comes to enrollment. For operations and the market, I already touched on the transmission nodes a lot. Part of the markets is the duplicative compensation. And I heard some of the speakers, especially the demand response folks, talking about, what should be considered duplicative and what should not be. I wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. Anything that represents a distribution capacity value or a reliability or contingency type product should be allowable, should be additive with whatever compensation that resource gets for energy or for ancillary services or anything else. I think our challenge as a utility is going to be, can we craft our distribution programs so that they are compatible with the wholesale market and our retail rates and are not duplicative in nature? And can we develop the rule sets of those programs with an understanding that many of these dispatchable resources, particularly the energy storage, are going to be in the NYSO wholesale market and are going to have to both satisfy the requirements of their NYSO market participation as well as the requirements of the distribution programs. As we sit here today, most of our distribution programs and speaking for Con Ed, we've got some fairly robust demand response and non-wires programs. You know, those are sort of crafted in isolation, looking at distribution system needs. We might have to, you know, again, restructure those programs a bit to make sure that we're giving the DER owners and the aggregators their best chance of success for dual participation. When we look at duplicative compensation and what should be ignored, again, I agree with the earlier speakers. We should be looking at things like energy, things like environmental value where those exist. And you shouldn't be paid twice for the same thing. I think there are probably retail tariff things we need to look at and see what's compatible and what's not. But I think these are all very manageable. But the important thing is that we think through a lot of the different scenarios up front. So when the market goes live, we can give some instruction or some guidance to the resources and the aggregators that might want to participate so they can fully understand the implications of their elections into the wholesale market. Next slide, please. Metering and settlement is something we've already touched on in New York, or at least I should say for me personally, this is an area that I'm digging into in great detail at the moment. I think more work needs to be done industry-wide here. And the challenge with metering and settlement, if it's, and I'm going to make some broad brush comments here, if it's curtailment only and non-export, it's not really too much different than we do for demand response resources today. But when you factor in export and you factor in hybrid resources behind one service delivery point, that's where it could potentially get complex. It gets very complex if there's only one existing retail meter and there's multiple DER behind it, even a load that's curtailable. So what does the new metering look like? And I don't think it's as simple as adding an additional meter in parallel. I think from what we've heard from the aggregator community, they'll be looking for things that look like sub-metering or series metering where applicable. And that's where it gets really challenging. Throw in some additional complexity if you're going to allow third-party metering, which New York, which the NISO is going to. They're going to allow for third-party meter service entities. So there are some scenarios and configurations where this can get very complicated very quickly. The two major concerns when it comes to what's the metering configurations, at least in my mind, is are we appropriately counting for load versus generation? And is the LSC's load obligations that's being reported up to the wholesale market accurate? And there might have to be some reconstitution there. I know MISO has done some work and issued some publications on this already, which we've looked at. And also on the retail billing side, if you get into a scenario where you're going to allow for sub-metering, does there need to be a retail billing true-up? And that is not something that's allowed, at least in New York today. Also not something our billing systems are able to accommodate, but is something we're hearing from the industry that they would like to have to help enable this market. On the telemetry side, one of the things we hashed out early on with the NISO was going to be the need for a low-cost telemetry solution to reduce barriers to entry. Traditional SCADA solutions that are orders of magnitude $50,000 to $100,000 are just not going to be adequate for this market. The NISO has landed on SD-WAN as their low-cost solution. And we're currently, working with them and some different vendors in the industry to figure out what does that architecture look like. And the magnitude of impact for this low-cost telemetry is going to vary by utility. I would imagine for most utilities, it's going to be fairly large. For utilities that are still relying on traditional SCADA communications to resources that are now looking to bring in an outside, possibly internet touching, low-cost form and allow that into their systems, there are significant IT architecture and cybersecurity concerns that need to be worked out. Some utilities might already be a little bit more advanced in this area, but I would imagine that most are not. So this is going to be the new form of grid edge telemetry, which absolutely has to be adopted if we're going to have any success with FERC Order 2222. And the last bullet point probably goes without saying, but just the impact to real-time operations, just from an increased volume of resources that are participating, more communications. The traditional verbal pick up the phone and call probably doesn't cut it when the volume increases, and probably isn't necessary for resources or impacts that are minimal and really aren't going to impact the market or the transmission system. But thinking through what those new communications might look like and what's acceptable, and also what gives us some room for growth as more resources hopefully participate in this market going forward. And the last bullet point there, the conflicting transmission and distribution priorities, I've touched on that a little bit. We can think about many different use cases where there might be a conflict between transmission and distribution. I don't think it's as black and white as saying either transmission or distribution always gets their say. I think there are a lot of scenarios that will require coordination and thought to see where the priorities are. What comes to mind, and at least some scenarios we've thought through, are energy storage charging. If that resource might be needed at different times of day for transmission or for distribution on a very hot day like we have here in New York, and it needs to charge, the charging could be problematic and could impact availability at some later time. So those are some examples of use cases we're working through. And again, the goal should be to have a rule set in place before the market goes live, so our operators sitting in our control centers at least know how they should handle certain situations. And I think that's all we had. So I guess at that point, I'll open it up for any questions.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Baha's on and wants to add anything. Do we have any questions from the chat or in the? I think that was really insightful, and it was nice to know that at least even those that are ahead of us realize that this is a major quandary. I don't know if we can look at that as a positive or a negative, but from a state commission perspective that's looking at utilities that are going to have to develop and adapt to everything that is encompassed with a DER and aggregations in the wholesale market, what can we as a commission do to facilitate and make it easier and accommodate the utility's ability to be able to protect, maintain cybersecurity, maintain systems and the telemetry needs and guidance?
Great question. And definitely there's a lot of issues where the state regulatory bodies can certainly help here. Again, an example in New York, issuing the new orders around access to data. And those are longer term, those are 5-year projects, but at least it'll help set the framework where we're going to set up our portals, we're going to make some information accessible. So I think we have less of a concern there. I think when we get to duplicative compensation, there may be conflicts with existing retail tariffs or billing structure. Again, these are new scenarios that we haven't thought about before. So there's certainly going to need to be some engagement with regulators and the industry on what's appropriate, maybe some changes to retail tariffs. Again, because we want to make sure that this market is a success and we accommodate it. So we've got to think through some of these new scenarios. On the distribution side, and I know one of the earlier speakers spoke about DERMS and DERMS functionality. So my background is distribution system operations and construction and engineering, and those are certainly concerns. And I like the way he phrased it. I think our requirements for DERMS and better visibility of our distribution system and dynamic nature are dependent on the level of DER saturation we have. However, with this new market model, it's going to necessitate the requirement for investment in DERMS, maybe in ADMS, some advanced modeling, before DER saturation might have otherwise necessitated it. Because for the market to work, we need to be able to predict impacts to the DERs to make sure that the bids appropriately reflect availability. We can no longer, interconnect DERs and forget it, right? We need to actively now speak with them and give them availability notices and react quickly if there's an impact to them, because the wholesale market needs to know, right? And any disruptions in the wholesale market could trickle down and have economic challenges. And I think part of the industry challenges here is this is new for everybody, right? So if you ask what are the technical requirements for a DERMS or an ADMS to meet the requirements of FERC Order 2222, you're going to get different different answers based on utilities, what existing infrastructure they already have, plus what they think that their exposure might be and what problems are they trying to solve. And there's nowhere really in the industry in the US where we can look to see, here are the challenges we're going to face, so this is the solution we need. I can tell you in New York, we're thinking about what are some minimum viable product things, some foundational investments that we know we'll need and will help us in the future. But also here's some things we should probably think about and have on our radar depending on how the market actually materializes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I think Peter has something to add.
Yeah, Kim, John's presentation sparked a couple of thoughts. One goes to the question about stranded or investing in systems. Part of the electric dereg law in '97 allowed for third-party meter service providers. So if you look at Illinois' tariffs, you will see a separate meter charge. And the idea behind that is they have a third-party provider come in, like John was referencing on his slide. Then we don't charge the meter charge, obviously. That's been, what, 25, 30 years ago. To date, we've had 0 meter service providers. So anything we built to support that, stranded, but again, build what you need, like John was talking about. You look at what's out there, what the expectations are, you build it. Honestly, if, like he was talking about third-party providing telemetry, we have a third-party meter service provider come in. It's an extensive and very vertical learning process, and what we need to accommodate that. So just be aware of that when you look at what you need to do to implement this. The other thing with regard to energy storage, that's one of the both opportunities and quandaries, like you said. Allison, how many events did you say? There were like 27 events? Yeah, so 27 programs were dispatched. So if you think if that's involves storage somehow, have a customer with the storage device, and if they are also selling that device to the utility for distribution system reliability, that storage isn't going to be available because they're playing they're participating in the wholesale market, which is appropriate, right? That's part of the we're building to monetize that. But then if we as a utility were relying on getting that capacity because something happened at the sub and we need some capacity, that's not going to be there. So that gets into that coordination between the tariffs. And I will tell you too, one thing we've learned with recent storage, like residential storage, paired with renewable generation, storage can be operated in 3 modes: backup only, get fed only from the generator and feed only behind, or they can actually pull from the distribution system like John was talking about and fill that way. And the way customers can change that is through their phone. And so when you look at agreements on interconnection, we have to plan for them shoving all that out onto the system, just depending on what they're playing with. But also, again, to his point about DERMS and looking at operations perspective, are we going to need to have some level of control over that? Is part of the commission's rule, if we have a local distribution program going to allow us any level of control, or if not, is it just going to be on a best efforts basis, and then that changes everything, expectations and communication. So storage is no longer just a big battery sitting there. I mean, it's a thing that can operate in multiple ways and provide valuable support. Because if it's charged up, it's ready to go now. There's no ramp time. It's ready.
That kind of brings up a point. If you do have battery storage and it's not part of the solar that's in the wholesale market, is it going to be charging up based off of retail rates or wholesale rates?
Retail. If anything connected to our system, in Illinois, anything connected to our system gets billed under retail tariffs. Now, Illinois being a choice state, they have a choice between us providing it or a third-party provider providing it. We have hourly pricing and stay ahead hourly pricing. And if you look at the differential between prices now, for example, as opposed to 11 o'clock tonight or 2 in the morning, they're not going to be charging during peak times. I mean, it's just, don't see, if they're operating to try and maximize profit, price signals do work. We've seen that. So
But it requires a time of use.
Yeah, it's hourly. There's a difference between time of use. I define time of use as a set time every day, that price gets changed or something. Hourly pricing program is whatever the market says it is for that hour. We have real-time pricing, which is known like 5 minutes before the hour, or again, we participate in the day ahead market so that everyone knows by 5 o'clock the night before what the price will be next hour. And again, we have a residential hourly pricing program. We did an evaluation of it back in 2010, 2012, that time frame. And customers do react to prices. Now, it's not constant because it depends on the time of day and the extent of the prices, but customers do react to prices. And so, yeah, you have storage out on the system. They're operating it for profit. You bet they're going to maximize it. It's the same reason why I ran my dishwasher at 2:30 this morning. I'm on hourly pricing, so it's just like.
There was an article or a story on NPR last week about some of the customers in Texas not realizing that by signing up for the programs, they're giving control and someone was fiddling with their thermostat. Do John or Peter, do you guys see any concerns or any role that the commission should have where it comes to ensuring that customers are informed of what they are authorizing? If it's not a sophisticated customer that you're seeing the CNI level. John, would you like to start?
Yeah, that is a real concern, right? Especially when they're enrolling and the aggregator enrolls them, and we've thought about this, if they're a net meter customer or there is some favorable rate and now they might have to go through a rate change, something like that, how does the customer know the impact? I think there is a role for the utility there. Honestly, not my area of expertise in how we would police that aggregator to customer relationship. And we're still thinking through when it comes to enrollment, and we're going to borrow some lessons learned from our demand response program. What's acceptable in our portal? What sort of checks can we have? And it's probably going to be less than more, right? But what is appropriate for allowing an aggregator to enroll an individual resource, right? And assuming that they have permission to do that.
From the Illinois experience, the commission has made a distinction between residential and small non-residential customers who are assumed to be less savvy. There are more protections regarding them. Admin Code Part 412 recently was upgraded to reflect things like how much information needs to be provided in what format. The larger ones, we have a one-page. The key is that they have the information they need to know what they're getting to. Now, we do have in Illinois, there's something where someone can be an account agent, and I sometimes wonder if customers really know what they're signing up for. But an account agent can do everything on an account except terminate service. So they can pick a different supplier. They can put them on, different programs and select different programs or unselected. The key is just from a commission perspective, just making sure that whatever the level of customer is, that they know what they are getting and what they're giving up. And a one-page agreement is just as good as 10 pages. Just making sure that if you're going to be working with customers in this state, to be upfront with them about what you're doing, and you're going to do as they have.
Thank you. Any questions from the chat? Well, thank you, panelists. That was really informative, and John, I think that really did help us get some insights on the telemetry concerns and what to look at for security and the DERMS issues. And I think I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jim.
Thanks for that informative discussion. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, but we're also going to throw a curveball, and we're going to flip-flop the Missouri jurisdictional update with John Borgmeyer. We're going to skip over to get to the lessons learned from other state regulators, assuming that John Sheenote and Chris Villarreal are online and ready to go in 5 minutes. So John, are you ready? Or Chris?
John will be ready in 5 minutes.
Perfect. Chris? Well, I'll go ahead and take 5, and then we'll get on with Chris, and Whitney will lead that one, so we'll go from there. If we can go ahead and start heading back to our seats, please. All right, thanks for the curveball, and we're told Mr. Villarreal will be able to join us shortly after John gives his presentation. So, like I said, we're going to throw a curveball to everybody. We're going to move to lessons learned from other state regulators.
All right, and I am going to go ahead and turn it over to John if he is ready to give his presentation.
I am. Can you hear me all right?
Sounds good.
Great. Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me to participate in this workshop, and good afternoon, everyone. I was asked to talk about what we've seen in other states that have allowed third-party aggregation and whether there are any obvious lessons learned from their experiences. Now, being one of the last speakers of the day, a lot of what I planned to say has already been said, so I might skip over a few of the points that you'll see on my slides. And we can just jump to the next slide, please. I'm going to start by looking at how aggregation is playing out in the markets. And next slide. So other speakers have already emphasized that aggregation can be done by third parties directly participating in wholesale markets or done by utilities. Next slide. I'll just add one minor point that I haven't heard today. When the utility serves as an aggregator, they can either adjust the load forecasts that they submit to the ISO to account for those resources, or they can bid the aggregation into the market just as a third-party aggregator would. This has always been true with demand response under Order 719, and it will continue to be true when Order 2222 is implemented. And I've listed some examples here of each type of aggregation. The next slide, please. So, as David Bloom already explained, Maryland offers a good example of a state where utilities are bidding aggregated demand response and energy efficiency into the wholesale markets. All of the IOUs in that state, not just BG&E, do this, and collectively, they've earned between $10 and $70 million per year just from the PJM capacity market. These market revenues supplement the funding for Maryland's efficiency and demand response programs, all of which are cost effective to begin with and made more so by wholesale market revenues. In Maryland, as in other states, utilities and third-party aggregators coexist. Utilities have focused on aggregating residential and small commercial customers through direct load control, energy efficiency, and dynamic pricing tariffs. Third-party aggregators tend to focus on aggregating large commercial and industrial customers, and their services have mostly supplemented rather than competed with utility programs. Next slide. I believe it's true that across all the organized markets, third parties aggregate more capacity than utilities do. This slide shows the proportions in PJM, where almost 90% of the demand response capacity registered in the most recent PJM capacity auction is managed by third-party aggregators. That's the dark blue wedge, while only 4% is managed by utilities, the light blue wedge. Next slide, please. The most important lesson learned today in the markets is that aggregation of DERs has brought down wholesale power costs. And this is a huge benefit for ratepayers. It's easy to forget that when we talk about all the challenges of making aggregation work, but I'd encourage everyone to try to think of DER aggregation as an opportunity rather than simply as a threat to the status quo or a headache. How big is this benefit? Well, most of the bidding information in the organized markets is confidential. But a few years ago, the PJM market monitor, who can look at confidential bidding information, concluded that capacity costs in PJM would have been 9.3 billion with a B, $9.3 billion higher per year if aggregated efficiency and demand response had not been offered into that year's forward capacity auction. So as Frank Lacey noted, there's been less of an impact on the energy and ancillary service markets to date in PJM or elsewhere. But without question, aggregated resources are sometimes dispatched as an economic resource in energy markets to mitigate price spikes. And they sometimes also earn ancillary service revenues. The total amount of money at stake in energy and ancillary services has been less than the capacity market revenues thus far, but these revenue streams could increase significantly in the future. Next slide. Now for part two, I want to look at some of the lessons learned to date by state utility regulators. First, I told you that utilities can and do aggregate resources and bid them into the markets. In every state I've looked at, regulators used familiar proceedings and familiar decision criteria to approve utilities doing that. They examined whether the DER programs would be cost effective and serve the public interest. They worked out how the costs would be allocated and recovered. And then after the fact, they reviewed whether expenditures were prudent. In some cases, they had to put boundaries on what utilities could do in order to ensure that there was room for third-party aggregators to offer competitive services for customers. But the bottom line here is that none of the regulators in other states that I talked to mentioned any particularly unusual or new proceedings or rulemakings with respect to utility aggregation of DERs. Next slide, please. Now, third-party aggregation is a different animal. To enable third-party aggregation, as we've heard, commissions in several states developed new rules or amended existing rules to address some issues. First and most importantly, some states established a process for registering or licensing aggregators, as Ken Schisler and David Bloom noted. This is separate from the registration of aggregators at the ISO. In most cases, the state already had rules for registering competitive retail energy suppliers, and they simply amended those rules to require similar, often not identical, registration of aggregators. Some commissions also amended their existing rules to ensure that consumers would be protected from deceptive business practices by third-party aggregators, or they amended existing dispute resolution processes to address disputes with aggregators. Next, we've heard a lot already about the double compensation issue. One of the most common changes to DER programs and tariffs has been just to amend the eligibility requirements in ways that prevent customers from participating in both a utility demand response program and a third-party demand response aggregation. Order 2222 doesn't allow the ISOs to prevent dual participation, but state regulators do have that prerogative. It's an, I'll say, effective way to prevent double compensation, but it also limits the opportunities to reduce both the bulk power and distribution system costs that might be possible if dual participation is allowed. Finally, I'll note that some commissions have had to address new issues with cost allocation and cost recovery relating to utility expenses that enabled third-party aggregation. Peter Milburn talked about this. Those issues generally get resolved in rate cases and don't require new administrative rules. And then lastly, I want to acknowledge that Order 2222 may also generate some new and unique issues that will require state regulators' attention. First, it could add to the pressure every state is already feeling to update and streamline interconnection rules and processes. as Tim Kaster and Ken Schisler pointed out. Because the order might accelerate the deployment of DERs, it could make interconnection queues longer. But also, as John Romano explained, interconnection processes generally don't consider the possibility that DERs in multiple locations, say on a single feeder, could be operated as a single aggregated resource rather than as independent resources. And that might require adjustments to how we do screening and how we do studies during interconnection processes. Commissions in many states are updating their interconnection rules now, and a lot of what needs to be done with respect to Order 2222 doesn't require final clarity from FERC or the ISOs to get started. Chris is going to talk about data access and privacy policies, so I won't. What's next? Your commission may have to decide whether to allow aggregation of demand response resources pending FERC's review of whether to repeal the Order 719 opt-out, as Elliot explained. But you don't necessarily have to wait for FERC. In Michigan, for example, there's an open docket right now examining the commission's opt-out decision from more than a decade ago. Your commission will also have to decide whether to allow aggregation of customers served by smaller utilities, which is optional under Order 2222. And finally, you may need to revise Missouri's IRP rules or IRP processes to make sure that they properly account for third-party aggregated resources. There are other issues that will arise, including some really challenging ones, but I think these are the most significant ones specifically for state regulators. As Ken Schisler stressed, a lot of the really tough issues will be regulated by FERC through its oversight of the ISOs. And the utility panelists just noted that some issues with operating the distribution system reliably will need to be sorted out. But commissions tend not to micromanage system operations. So I'd say that state regulators really won't be in the hot seat to actually solve or regulate the solutions to some of those toughest problems, though they will probably want to engage in discussions as a stakeholder. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have. I welcome your questions.
Did anyone have any specific questions for John? Okay, then I guess if Chris is ready.
Hi, can y'all hear me okay?
Sounds good.
Super. Sorry about the light above me. I'm Chris Villarreal. I'm with Pleasant Strategies, and I'm a independent consultant working on a number of issues associated with distributed energy resources around the country. I'm also a former regulatory staff at the California Public Utilities Commission, and I was Director of Policy with the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. One of my slides are showing up. I just want to thank the Missouri Commission for inviting me to participate today to talk about DER and DER aggregation. And as John noted, most of my presentation is going to be focusing on data access, privacy, and metering telemetry. Awesome. So we can move to the next slide. So without belaboring probably everything that the commission and those attendees have heard today, there are a number of challenges. Challenge is probably the wrong word. Opportunities is a better word for 2222 implementation. And I'm going to talk about two of them, the metering telemetry and the access to customer usage and data. But again, as we've heard throughout the day, there are a number of other things, a number of other topics that are being addressed both at the RTO level, but also to be addressed at the state level. Next slide, please. So what are some of these responsibilities? And I took this is a picture that was given by Minnesota staff to a MISO meeting earlier this year. And I just wanted to highlight that the state issues are identified in the upper right-hand corner and the lower left-hand corner. The upper right-hand corner represents the coordination role that the states have in 2222 implementation. So that's basically the areas under which states, RTOs, aggregators, and utilities all need to do some organization around to facilitate the development of the RTO rules. The bottom left-hand corner are the topics left pretty much entirely at the state level that the states have to address. And amongst them are things that I know that the commission has been working on before, like integrated distribution planning, grid modernization investments, but we're also talking a bit more about some of the more technical issues, including things like updating interconnection standards, hosting capacity availability, and the two things, the arrow next to it, consumer DER data access and the metering telemetry alignment. Next slide, please. So metering telemetry, I think it's first, it's important to note that the way 2222 was written is that all DER should be able to participate in RTO products for those products in which the DER is capable of participating in, which means that the metering telemetry requirement should be commensurate with the product being provided into the RTO level. So if a DER aggregation is participating, let's say, a frequency or a regulation product, then the DER must have the metering telemetry requirements that any other resource that is seeking to provide frequency or regulation services provide. On the other side, you have examples like non-spin ancillary resources. Again, these are different level of metering telemetry qualities that the RTO would require depending on the service. So again, frequency and regulation would require very high fidelity type of information, 7 seconds, 1 minute type of level information, whereas something that's being provided as a non-spin, maybe 30 minutes or an hour. So the type of information should really be driven by the product that the DER is participating in. And then that gets highlighted then that becomes highlighted when you look at what the aggregator is capable of providing. So if you have a frequency product, let's say, that's requiring real-time, quote-unquote, real-time visibility into each of the individual things behind it, is that really a feasible thing that the aggregator can provide? So for example, if an aggregator is providing an aggregation of thermostats, it's probably not feasible or cost-effective for the aggregator to put real-time visibility into all 2,000 thermostats that is being aggregated. So instead, the aggregator will do aggregation, so they'll do statistical sampling to provide a number that gets to, let's say, a megawatt or 100 kilowatts or whatever the aggregation is. And so now you have a question of making sure that it's the right amount of information at the right granularity for the product that is being provided. So it becomes really important for the RTO, the aggregator, the utility, and even the regulator to identify what are the actual metering needs that are required for the services and the products that the aggregator is providing. What level of information is currently capable of being provided from the distribution utility or what's being provided from the aggregator. And I know there was conversations earlier today about the standards and how the communications can take place, but these are thoughts that need to be addressed both at the RTO level, also the state level, to figure out what type of technologies does the utility need to provide. Does the utility even need to provide certain level of technology, or can some of the technology and communications instead be provided by the aggregator themselves through adherence to certain standards like ANSI C12 or a higher level of ANSI C12 to meet the revenue grade meter requirements that the RTO may require or the utility may require. And it's important to note, of course, that we are introducing new competition into the marketplace. And so it becomes really important for the regulator to ensure, as well as the RTO, that the information that is, quote unquote, needed is actually needed versus what can be provided that meets the requirements of the operations of the system. So in other words, of course, it may be that the utility claims that they need higher level of information than is actually needed. So these are the type of questions that a proceeding would have to investigate to figure out what are the actual needs versus what are the capabilities and figure out where in that middle ground can everyone really be satisfied in ensuring that the distribution system remains reliable and operating efficiently. Next slide, please. And then as I pointed out, the metering telemetry needs really depends on the purpose for which the metering telemetry is being sought. And so what we'll talk about here on this slide is that there are three types of data that's really needed from the metering telemetry side. One is the operational purposes, one is for settlement, and one is for the aggregator to get information about the consumer so they can provide what type of savings the consumer might have, and then they get information, again, about the consumer to show the settlement and the billing data. So in the operations, if we think about operations, that's what the RTO needs to operate its system in quote-unquote real time. So if you have an hour-ahead market or a 30-minute market, what type of information does the RTO need in that instant in order to operate the system and ensure that these resources operate in the way that the bid projected they would operate? So that's where you see things like real-time visibility into the technology behind the aggregation or just to the aggregator. And so that's again, depending on the product being provided, that level of detail will differ. But again, that's so that the engineers of the RTOs know that this is operating the way the bid says it's going to operate. And the second level of metering telemetry is on settlement. And so this is where we talk about settlement quality data. And if you think about data as a continuum over time, especially if the utility is AMI, you have data the utility collects in, let's say, 8-hour increments that's available the next day. That's likely not settlement quality data. That needs to be cleaned up and go through the validated editing estimation process, but it's enough information on what's happened the day before to provide some guidance. And then over the course of that billing period, especially, again, if you have AMI, that data gets cleared up and cleaned up over the billing cycle until the billing date gets generated, in which that data becomes settlement quality. But again, that information that is available even before that billing date happens is all information that can be used and is usable by the aggregator and the RTO to start understanding how things have worked, how that product worked in that given day. And you can start providing some initial steps and providing some information back to the RTO on how likely these products are going to participate over time. So this is all really important information to the aggregator and to the RTO to understand what happened on that day until you get to that settlement day when you get the billing quality data. And then the third component is customer data, which I'll talk about on the next slide. So next slide, please. So 2222 requires that the RTOs work with stakeholders and states to identify the data needs. That includes, and as the aggregator talked about this morning, earlier today, the availability of customer energy usage data. And for the aggregator, that information is really needed up front. So as they go and talk to a consumer who wants to look at a product, the aggregator needs to get access to the information quickly, conveniently, and in a standardized manner in order to turn around and generate an estimate for the consumer. So the way I think about it is that the consumer is going, and if the consumer is talking to an aggregator, the aggregator only has that one time to talk to the consumer. So if the aggregator has to wait 30 minutes, an hour, the next day, 2 days, 1 week, they've lost that sale. So this is the important part of having this in a standardized manner, is the ability to get it and turn it around quickly so the aggregator has that opportunity to make the sale. And if they can't get that information quickly, then they've lost the sale, and then you can also then not are facilitating an aggregator market. And again, as we talk about that data will be needed to do settlements. But in order to make this happen, it's really important that the regulator create what I call a framework that governs how data can be accessed or is accessible by the consumer and by the third party, and what privacy requirements is the utility going to put upon that data, and what are the expectations for the aggregator to protect consumer privacy. So the development of an overall framework, one that is applied consistently across the utilities and across the state, ensures that A, the utility has an understanding of what their expectations are and what their responsibilities are. The aggregators understand what the process is going to be and have a high level of expectation that the process will be the same across each of the utilities. and that the information will come in a consistent manner. So what this then does is lower barriers to access. It also lowers costs. It lowers cost to utility because now they don't have to create one-off solutions, and lowers cost to the aggregator because then they don't have to create one-off solutions. Next slide, please. So what types of data are we talking about? So for the most part, I'll just talk about that first one, the consumer. So we have the granular metering data, the stuff that you can get off the meter. So you can get, or is available from the meter, such as kilowatt hours, kilowatts, volts, VARs, and what have you. Then the other information that is also pretty needed by the aggregators are rate information. So not just how many kilowatt hours have they consumed, but what's the rate? What is the price per kilowatt hour or the demand charge? What's the billing cycle? The other associated components that will go into a bill. Then they'll need information about the address. And when I mean that, it's just there to confirm. So if we're talking about a registration process or looking at the data at the end of the month, you need to make sure that the information that the aggregator has is the same as the meter data that's being provided by the utility. So one solution that has been implemented to address all these issues is under Green Button Connect and the development of a retail schema. So if you were to look in Green Button Connect, the standard, you would see a whole bunch of options, one of which is a retail schema. If the commission is interested in going down the path of Green Button Connect, it's really important that the implementation of Green Button Connect is done in a certified manner. And what certified means is that there's an entity called the Green Button Alliance who will go out and ensure that the implementation of Green Button Connect is done in a way that is certifiable to the standard. Unfortunately, every implementation of Green Button Connect in the United States is not certified. So every utility that has implemented Green Button across the United States has implemented their own version of Green Button Connect. So that does not do a lot to promote interoperability, promote standardization, or lower costs to anyone, frankly, because no one has been implementing it in a certified manner. So it becomes really important that that word certified, if the commission is interested in moving down the Green Button Connect path, is part of this discussion. Next slide, please. So what this means at the end of the day is that there's a lot of work to do still to develop the requirements that the RTO needs and that the states need. But at the same time, in order to implement whatever the RTO is seeking, there's a lot of work at the state level to implement things like state-level data access policies, state-level registration processes if the state goes that way, other things like updating interconnection tariffs. States also, of course, then have to review any costs that utility seeks to spend to implement these rules or to make this enabled. And then lastly, I'll just, again, restate, I cannot state this strongly enough. Ensuring consistency across the state is really important to facilitating the development of these technologies and processes so that the same process, same data, and same format can be made available. And to the greatest extent, consent forms are built upon internet-based processes like OAuth 2.0, which is in Green Button Connect, so that consent and access can be done as few clicks as possible and as few pages as possible to facilitate the consumer engagement, and that no paper copies be used just for scanning or emailing. Consumer consent. Next slide, please. And I think this is something that John noted. A lot of these actions don't need commissions to wait to see what the RTO does. A lot of these actions, since they're fully within the state authority, are things they should and may want to consider doing right now. For states with even if you don't have AMI, enabling and developing data access and privacy frameworks, or figuring out ways of how to facilitate customer, third-party access customer data. That is stuff that can be done today and has its own series of benefits aside from enabling a market under 2222. And there are a number of models out there that can help inform the commission's process. Things like Department of Energy's Data Guard or California PUC's Data Access and Privacy Rules, which were developed almost a decade ago. And so it's really great that the commission's having this workshop today to understand what the impacts of 2222 are upon its authority and what it needs to do. But it also should be aware that there are a number of things that can be done today that are what I call the quote-unquote no regrets policies, where you need to do them anyway, and they provide a whole slew of other benefits available to the utility, the consumer, and to the third parties that are well beyond whatever is needed for 22-22. And I think that was my last slide. Let's go to the next one. And I thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
All right, thanks so much. Do we have any specific questions for Chris or questions for both John and Chris? I guess I would be curious to know from both of you if you have had experience of challenges in other states that are vertically integrated.
You can go, John.
Yeah, so I don't have much to say there other than say that most of the experience to date is in the partially or fully restructured states. I think the speaker from Voltus pointed out that they have done aggregation in vertically integrated states, but those are more the exception to the rule. And from my opinion, I don't really feel like there are lessons learned that I can glean from those very limited examples thus far. The exception there is probably California, which is sort of a hybrid. Aggregation is happening, but again, it's like California's rules allowing third-party aggregation of DERs have had very, very little market activity to date, at least relative to the size of those markets. So I didn't feel comfortable describing any lessons learned that are specific to vertically integrated states.
I appreciate it anyway. I guess the other thing that I would be interested in knowing is if you have seen any rules, if you have any guidance for us with rules that would be designed to address technology as it continues to expand over time.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I'm trying to hear a little better.
If you could provide some guidance as to how to design rules that might be able to address the expansion of technology over time, so they wouldn't just be relevant now, they would be relevant going forward as well.
So, well, the way I would answer that is, in one of my first slides, it talked about the distribution system planning conversation. And inside conversations around distribution system planning, you can raise conversations around what is your lead time for investing in certain technologies, which should be aligned with some type of forecast around adoption rates of DER, like electric vehicles or solar or utilization of other DER resources. And so the distribution system planning initiatives are really opportunities to bring forecasts and planning together and try to build off of that so that the distribution planning can learn more from the forecast can learn more about what things are going on in the distribution system, and have that plotted out over a series of years so that, if an investment is proposed today but isn't needed for 5 to 6 years because there's just not enough adoption of a certain technology, then you can plot that over time, which, so that would allow consumers not pay for investments that are unneeded at the given time, and that the commission can have a greater understanding of how these things are plotted out. The second part of that is to start addressing, or that's the wrong way to put it, start understanding what type of standards the utilities are anticipating using, and making sure that those standards are open and transparent standards and not proprietary standards, and leveraging information models like the common information model that is in IEC 62050, which is really forming the background or the foundation of a lot of communication architecture going around today. Like IEEE 1547 is built upon the Common Information Model. 2030.5, which would promote conversations, communications between inverters or EV charging infrastructure with the AMI meter. So putting these together and understanding how these standards are going to be working together, I think are the questions that regulators can start asking their utilities.
I'd like to just add a couple of other ideas. And to get around the utility planning practices and procurement practices, as well as the way the commission probably is reviewing utility DER programs. So taking the programs first, I think one way to accommodate new technologies and make sure that you're serving the ratepayers well is to use common evaluation frameworks across any type of DER program that is being evaluated, so that you don't evaluate, say, a utility demand response program using one test for cost effectiveness and then a completely separate test if you're evaluating, let's just say, like an electric vehicle charging tariff. So consistency across those actually allows new technologies to compete better, because you're not applying a new standard to each technology. And that translates into the first thing I mentioned, which has to do with planning and procurement. It's the same thing is if you use resource planning processes and procurement processes that are kind of technology neutral, technology agnostic, and just allow competition among both existing and new technologies, I think your ratepayers will probably be served well by those kinds of approaches.
Thanks so much. That offers a lot of insight. Then I
And-
guess I will, oh, I'm sorry.
Can I just add one thing to what John said?
Absolutely.
There's a new document, and an important document that has been developed to support a lot of what John said is the DER National Standard Practice Manual, and really understanding the process and practices that have been proposed and outlined in that document will go a long way to helping regulators standardize how to evaluate those questions. Because John's 100% correct that you shouldn't be comparing apples and oranges in this regard. And a document like the DER National Standard Practice Manual is a really good reference point for regulators to look at, to understand how to evaluate those differences so that you do have the appropriate test in place to compare these technologies and these technologies and programs.
All right. Well, that's really great. I really appreciate having that extra insight. Then I am going to go ahead and turn it over to Jim to introduce our last official program.
Thanks, everybody. As you can tell, we're well past 4 o'clock, so we're going to wrap it up. But first, I wanted to, John Borgmeyer was going to give us a jurisdictional update from Missouri, and we've asked him, and he has graciously accepted to forego his presentation. But I do know that he worked very, very hard on that, and how disappointing it must be to actually work hard to present something and have to not do it. John, thank you very much for doing that. So with that, we'll bring up Jay Lubert, and Whitney will come back and have some quick Q&A or some questions for the next steps for what we're going to do here in Missouri.
So, can everybody hear me okay? I think we can all agree that we heard a lot of good information today from some really excellent panelists. I just want to take this time to thank each and every one of you for taking the time, providing effort, and kind of giving us some of your knowledge. It's certainly beneficial. My key takeaway today is that there are a lot of questions that still need to be asked, and there's a lot of work done. The question I'd like to pose is how the commission can best prioritize the issues that have been raised today, including but not limited to data acquisition issues, consumer protection, relevant rulemaking, cost allocation, double registration, and whether Missouri should consider licensing aggregators. I'd like to remind everybody here and Bex that this is an open docket, and I'd encourage you to file comments. And if you have an opinion on that final question or any of the other topics raised today, I'd encourage you to. We'd certainly appreciate it.
So I believe that wraps us up for the day. So thank you for hanging with us. It started out kind of bumpy, but I think we found our stride eventually. So thank you so much, and look forward to more comments and probably more workshops in the future. So thank you very much.